Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence.
Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any items for the record?
I have none at this time, Mr. President.
Then please proceed. First item on the agenda.
Mr. President, when the legislature left and recessed, pending was the motion from Senator Linehan to indefinitely postpone. Having been defeated, there was a motion to reconsider MO 149 from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Brewer, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I guess I should open by saying that I support LB 34 since it's my bill, even if it's not in its original state. But I think today what I wanted to talk more about is that there's a senior class that's about to graduate, which have probably as much potential as any class that's ever come through this body. And I had hoped that this body would be able to figure out how to make a honorable effort to get property tax relief. This class, if there was any group that could do it, I believe that it was them. But after listening to the debate this morning and going back and looking at previous attempts, I'm not hopeful that we're going to be able to come to a resolution. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. It is a common thing in the Native community to use a sweat lodge to have visions. So I may have to do that. The only downside is sometimes sitting in a very enclosed hot area, you suffer from dehydration and smoke inhalation to have your vision, but that might be the only way I'm going to figure out how we're going to do this. With that said, I would like to kind of share a little about, since it is our responsibility to represent our districts, the challenge that we're having out west. And that's simply because, as I've said in the committee hearing, we are depopulating western Nebraska. There's no way else to look at it. And the reason we're depopulating it is because the property taxes are high enough, they're leaving. As people leave, ranches get bigger, and a lot of the ones that get bigger are from folks out of state. And that sense of community that used to be with a lot of the little towns is gone. But more importantly, we're in a fix that if you look at the 49 centers, 38 of them have some part, even if it's an extended part of Lincoln or Omaha in their district. That leaves 11 senators to represent about 80% of Nebraska. So we can have all the passion and all the desire we want to see property tax relief, but 11 individuals will never change property tax in Nebraska. So unless we're able to persuade the Lincoln and Omaha senators to find that middle ground, that place where we can have some type of property tax relief, this course we're on is not going to change. Now, today's not over. We got a ways to go. And maybe we can continue to work this and find a way to do it. There's a lot of folks that are looking at minuscule issues as a reason why to not vote for this. And you can always say, well, never, ever, ever will I vote for a tax increase. But if that's true, then, you know, we really are in a position where we may never find a solution to this, at least with the group that's here in this body now. Our dilemma is this: we are in special session. And if anybody spends any time reading about this special session, you can see that many people are following the cost of the session. I think yesterday I read that we've spent $14,000 in paper, which I have no problem believing after going through a bill drafting process. But what we are going to have to answer to is that at some point, as the clock runs out and we have to take a vote, we will walk away from here with nothing. Now, for those that are running, I would think that's not going to be a positive thing, but maybe some feel that, thank you, that's not going to be an effect. But we all have to go back and talk to our communities when we're done and answer to our districts about why things turned out the way they did. And I don't have any good answers. I mean, this bill is not the original bill I had. And Senator Wayne is right. My original bill did not lower property taxes. And to a degree, yeah, it would have caused an inconvenience in some towns, counties, because it's freezing things. But we're freezing things because we're out of options. And if it costs the city of Omaha $10 million, well, then guess what? All the people that are paying taxes, they're not getting an increase. They're still having to pay. So it's a one-sided argument that shouldn't be that way. So I will continue to push to try and get a resolution on property tax.
That's
But
your time, Senator.
thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Nebraskans. Senator Brewer and I have the, I think, enviable position of both being 1 and 2 after lunch when everyone is full of energy and ready to listen. So I've been really appreciating the conversation and, both that's been happening on the floor today, that's been happening throughout the special session. And I've really appreciated the conversations that have been had over the summer, over the interim, as a group of us have gotten together to discuss this problem. And I've learned quite a bit during this process. And that's come both from my colleagues here in the chamber. It's come through conversations with constituents. And it's also come from conversations with leaders throughout the state, whether that's business leaders, whether that's educational leaders, whether that's agricultural leaders. And 2 of the big learnings I've had, the first one is that property taxes are a major concern in our state. This is something that Nebraskans care deeply about. It's something that Nebraskans want to see action on. And I think we'd be hard pressed to find many people who disagree with that statement. But the bigger learning that I've had this summer and through these conversations has been, and this kind of came a bit as a surprise to me, but Nebraskans care very deeply about how that is achieved. They care very deeply about how we provide property tax relief, how we get there, and at what cost that comes. And what I've learned from these conversations with constituents, with leaders throughout the state, is that many people are unwilling to sacrifice major budget cuts, to compromise infrastructure, to have some uncertainty with K through 12, to compromise our parks and our libraries. People tend to really enjoy the quality of life that they can get in our state. With the plans that have been proposed, I'm going to speak a little bit as a senator. I represent District 20, which is in central West Omaha, and I've had a number of conversations with our mayor, with her office. I've been in regular contact throughout the special session, and I have some particular concerns about the impact of this policy on our city. Omaha is an incredibly vibrant city. There's a lot to do there. There's a lot to love about Omaha. And I think it's really important to realize Omaha is growing year by year by year. We talk a lot about people who are leaving. We talk a lot about people who are selling their homes. But the reality is, if you look at the city of Omaha is growing. It's booming. And when you put a hard cap on municipalities like what is proposed in the bill that we're discussing, or the amendment, I should say, I just don't know that I'm comfortable kneecapping the possible economic development that's going on in that city. And I don't know why anyone in the state would want to do that. If we want to do meaningful tax relief, we need revenue. We need the revenue that comes with economic growth, that comes with increased population, more taxpayers. And these are all things that I worry,
1 minute.
thank you, Mr. President, are compromised with this plan. So with that, I am not in a position where I can support the proposed amendment. I will continue to come to the table in good faith to have these discussions, but I'm not at a place where, and I've heard loud and clear from constituents as well as major stakeholders throughout the state, that this is too high risk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Mosier, you're recognized to speak.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House be placed under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 ayes, 6 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Wishart, Vargas, and Hunt, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the question is, shall debate cease? The request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Not voting. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Not voting. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Meyer. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Not voting. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 31 ayes, 7 ayes to cease debate, Mr. President.
Debate does cease. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it will take 25 yes votes on the motion to reconsider for us to have the opportunity to vote a second time on indefinitely postponing. So I would encourage you to vote yes so that we can have an opportunity to indefinitely postpone LB 34. There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening on LB 34. There's a lot happening in the chamber, outside of the chamber. This entire process has been just like a firestorm, and it's been spreading very quickly, and it's hard to have a grasp on it and to know what direction to go into. And there's just a lot to say on all of it. And I myself feel a little overwhelmed as to what is the most important thing to communicate at any given point in this debate. I've talked about, and others have talked about, how this is a tax shift to lower income individuals to pay more in taxes for property tax relief for people who are more financially secure, and there's no safeguards for those people. But I want to talk about something else. And I've alluded to this, but there's also the pay for. And I know people are walking around talking about, well, would you support if it was just this and this? No matter what is brought forward, in addition to generating revenue, we are going to have to cut things in our budget. And that is extraordinarily concerning, and nobody's really talking about it. I went to the Appropriations Committee for LB 2 and 3, and I mean, it was a long hearing for the two bills, yes, but it was nothing compared to across the hall. Nobody was paying attention. Nobody was paying attention to the just broad cuts to DHHS. Nobody was paying attention to the fact that non-code agencies found out that their budgets were being cut in this proposal. Our own legislature's budget was cut by millions of dollars. Our budget isn't that big. I think it's like 12 million, and they wanted to cut 5. Like, have we seriously been over appropriating $5 million all these years for ourselves? Because if we have, I would like better Post-it notes. Because I've been writing on these tiny ones today. Like, I don't know. I mean, I told Carol that, you know, she's gonna have to give up her extra nameplate because obviously we've been doing too much. We've been spending too much. We literally have pages take our nameplates from committee to committee. Like, we are thrifty. Those notepads you have in committee are former legislators' letterhead cut up and put into notepads. We waste not ever in this place. I mean, we did get the luxurious upgrade of not the ghost of, I can't even remember whose, but the coffee this year. So I guess we do have that luxury going for us. By the way, people at home, the only thing we have here is black coffee, iced tea, and water. And yeah, we can be here for, 16 hours. We have black coffee, iced tea, and water. So your Nebraska Legislature, we're spending a lot here. I think the lobby would agree that even though we've been doing a massive HVAC project, we still can't figure out how to get more fans out there. They're all sweating to the oldies out there. The point is, nobody's talking about the budget. Nobody's talking about these cuts. And no matter what we do on LB 34, 24, 76, 9, 1, whatever bill ends up being the vehicle, we still have to cut the budget. We still have to cut services to Nebraskans, developmental disabilities, behavioral health, child welfare. These are real things that are on the chopping block that, in addition to shifting property tax increases to those families, we're going to cut services to those families. And I wish you all would give this some serious consideration, not to mention the issues we are facing
That's
with
your
the criminal
time, Senator.
justice system. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like a roll call vote.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Members, there's been a request for a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Ibaugh. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Meyer. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Voting yes. Senator Reapy. Not voting. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 13 nays, 28 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 34, introduced by Senator Brewer. It's a bill for an act relating to revenue and taxation. Changes the method of assessment of real property as prescribed and repeals the original section. Bill is read for the first time on January 26th of this year and referred to the Revenue Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized for the committee amendment.
So we've already talked about this a lot this morning. It's my understanding that we probably don't have the 33 for the committee amendment. People have been working this morning on another amendment, of which I think we now can send out to everybody. So I would like to keep talking about this amendment while you all get a substitute that maybe if we cooperate, we could all get to. So I'm looking at staff, asking them to email that to senators now. I'm getting a thumbs up. So the goal of Plan B, and I want to make clear, and I haven't even thought about this because I'm not a far out planner, but my understanding of the rules of special session is we could defeat this today and then we could come back with Plan B tomorrow. So this is truly an effort to save some time and some hours of sleep. So, but we don't have to do that. We just wait till tomorrow and Revenue Committee will meet tonight and bring another bill back tomorrow. Yes, Senator, it's in the rules for the special session. So just because I don't know when to let what is the saying? Stop beating a dead horse. So I am going to talk a little bit about what was in the original bill we decided we couldn't do. The one, my favorite one, please tell me I haven't lost it. We We can't shift taxes because the things we don't tax in the state are crazy. We don't tax swimming pool maintenance, cleaning, and labor. So that means, I think, Senator Van Gilleren helped me with this, our best guess swag, in Douglas County, there are 8,000 private pools. I doubt very much that they're in low-income neighborhoods. 8,000. Now, as I've said before, crazy as I am, I have a pool. It costs you about $500 or $600 to open it up, and it costs you $500 or $600 to close it. Now, I suppose there are some people with pools that do it themselves, but it's a lot of work, so not very many. Then you turn on the motor, and you got to put all the stuff in it, and then you've got to, I'm going to give this up, then you got to clean it if you clean it yourself. When I first moved there, I wasn't living in the legislature, so I hired somebody to clean it. It's $100 a week. That's 10 years ago, so I'm guessing now it's about $200 a week. But we can't tax it because somehow that's going to hurt low-income people. I do a lot of yard work, a lot of gardening, but I hire my lawn mowed because it's an acre, and if I had to mow the lawn, I wouldn't have time to do any gardening. I don't pay taxes on my lawn service. Now, I don't know how many people, low-income people, pay for their lawn to be mowed, but I don't think very many. Landscaping. We don't tax landscaping. I live in an older neighborhood. It's about 30 years old. New neighborhood went in next door. They're 5-acre lots. They're about $250,000 an acre, a lot. They're probably more now because houses are there. They have most beautiful landscaping, but none of them paid sales tax because we don't tax landscaping. I mentioned before, we don't tax limousines. This idea that every tax that we proposed here hurt low-income people is just not true. And then I think I heard Senator DeBoer, she's here, and she says, okay, I'll ask her a question, and if I'm wrong, wave to me and I'll let you correct it, because I was talking to somebody else. She talked about bleach and household items. No, I got it wrong. Okay. When you go to the grocery store today, how many of you really think when you pick up that hot chicken, oh, I'm going to have to pay sales tax and occupation tax? Or if I go over to the same exact chicken that was there yesterday, now it's in the cooler, I don't pay any tax. I just pay sales tax. Hot chicken is about 9.5%. Cold chicken is 0. How many people buy cold chicken when there's a hot chicken sitting there? Popping candy. And Senator Wayne, I know he's got a trial this afternoon, so he's not here. You ask anybody walking down the street, do you pay? They would, of course, say they pay tax on candy, because who with any common sense would say we don't tax candy? Who with any common sense would say we don't tax a can of pop? Now let's go to the school funding part in this bill, which is probably going to go away. For decades, because I've lived in Nebraska for a long time, property taxes were a problem because the state didn't give the schools enough money. We had a hearing on LB 9. I was so hopeful, though I was kind of like, we'll wait and see. Here, stance, schools taking action stance. LB 9 took the levy down to 45 cents. So they came in, former superintendent at Norris Public Schools, currently serves Secretary of Stance. Stance stands for Schools Taking Action for Nebraska's Children's Education. 18 mid-sized schools different. So these aren't the real little ones, but they're not the great big greater ones. They have 25,000 kids. They came in support of LB 9 at 45 cents. This bill is at 40 cents. So Stance was fine at 40 cents when it was LB 9. NERCSA, my friend Jack Moles. I'm the Executive Director of Nebraska Rural Community School Association, also referred to as NERCSA, 223-member public schools. So this is the vast majority of schools, but they're smaller. On behalf of NERCSA, I would like to testify in support of LB 9. So we have the vast majority of school districts came into a hearing where we were going to drive the levy down to 45 cents and fill it up with state aid, and they're in support. But now we're talking about 40%, and we're going to destroy, I think I heard the word this morning, or decimate. Well, if you look at Twitter, like we're going to close the doors on them if we do a 45-cent levy. Even though, since we've been here, guys, this wasn't like last year. This was the second or third day of hearings from this session. We had 2 school districts come in and say they supported the bill. They supported a 45-cent levy. The only school district that came in against it was Omaha. There were some that were kind of like, I don't know, we have to see the modeling. We haven't seen the modeling. I understand that. But don't come in and say 45 cents will make us close our doors. Excuse me, 45 cents would be great, but 40 cents will have us close our doors. There's no sense in that. We cannot fix property taxes unless the state picks up more school funding. And we can't pick up more school funding without some agreement from the Association of School Boards, the Association of School Superintendents, the NERCSs, the STANTs, the Greater Nebraska Schools, the Association of ESUs. Yes, they all have lobbyists. They all come to all our hearings. And we did have a hearing, and Senator Conway will remember this, when we asked, where do they get their funding to pay for their associations? I assumed and said that they came from public funding. But they said, oh no, we get money from all over. We get money from outside state. We get money from different organizations, national organizations. So we have money pouring into those organizations, not Nebraska money. And I'm looking, we have that testimony, if anybody wants to look at it. And they come in and lobby us to do what? Evidently not to give them more state aid. Now we're against more state aid.
1 minute.
The bill that's on the board, we cut out public safety. And now we got people saying the caps are too high. We had the Douglas County Sheriff, the Lancaster County Sheriff, the Douglas County Attorney, the Lancaster County Attorney, a whole bunch of policemen from Lincoln, the sheriff, I think, from Hamilton County, that's Aurora, the sheriff from Kearney. They all come in and said, this is fine, we can live with this is great. So I would like somebody, if you're against this, just to get up and give me a concrete reason, example of how this is going to hurt low-income people. It's just not, guys. If we walk out of here with nothing, somebody brought this up this morning, I'm going to hit on it if I get up again harder. If we do nothing, taxes go up, guys.
That's your time, Senator. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Priority Motion, Senator Linehan would move to bracket LB 34 until September 3rd, 2024.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open.
So I'm going to go back to that. And we handed this out at the first briefing, and we can probably get you copies of it again. If we do nothing, we go home with nothing. I think the vast majority, and I do have a list here because staff is very good. It's not their fault. It's my fault for not being more organized. Schools are going to keep losing money because what's going to happen in Lincoln, in Millard, in Bennington, in Waverly, in Norris, all those valuations are going up. And right now, under TIOSA, valuations go up, your state aid goes down. So, in my piles of paper here. Sioux City Community Schools, state aid in 23-24 went up a little bit in 24-25, $651,000. It will go down in 25-26 by $1,127,000 and change. Lincoln Public Schools This year, you read the papers, the year before, they got $104,886,753. They lost $31,852 this year. So where are they going to get that money, guys? They're going to get it from property taxes. So we did nothing, and we raised Lincoln Public Schools property taxes pays by almost $32 million. Here's another one, Millard. We did nothing, and they lost $10.8 million in state aid this year. If we do nothing again today, they'll lose over $1.5 million next year. Schuyler, not exactly a rich district. I've been there. They've got washing, drying machines so kids can wash their clothes at school. They have kids that live there that don't have parents in country. They lost $1,080,000, and they will lose money again next year. So let's don't sit here and pretend that we can go home and do nothing and everything will be fine. Because if we go home and do nothing, everybody is going to pay more for their public schools on their property tax statements. Everybody. It is no longer a crisis just in rural Nebraska. With that, I'll pull my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. There was, the chair didn't hear any request to withdraw.
Request to withdraw the amendment.
Continuing to the queue, Senator Reapy, you're recognized to speak. The next speaker is Senator Linehan. You're recognized to speak.
I'm sorry.
Raybold, Senator Raybold.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, fellow Nebraskans. I want to correct Senator Linehan. The LPS briefing shows LPS opposition to AM 73 to LB 34. So I too stand in opposition. There are a number of questions that need to get asked on any type of legislation that is involving our public education system. What is the net property tax relief for homeowners? Where is the model of this provision? How do we know if the proposal results in property tax relief? LPS estimates a loss of 6 cents of levy authority or $22 million through a rough analysis of the proposed legislation. So I'm looking at this discussion and I've been listening very carefully, but I feel like the more things change, the more they stay the same. I am so very grateful to the constituents, businesses, ag leaders, educators who participated in town halls, hearings, and emails. I heard you, and many of my fellow colleagues here heard you. There's not one single email that I got that didn't say we need property tax relief, but it was balanced out by their concern for fellow Nebraskans and the impact the largest tax increase in the history of the state of Nebraska in the last 25 years would have on those who could least afford it. You know, unfortunately, the administration and several on the Revenue Committee had a game plan hatched since before this special session. It kind of looks a lot like LB 388. Well, that didn't have the votes last session and still doesn't have the votes this session. Despite the governor's repeated requests to fellow Nebraskans that they alert their state senators and have them listen to their support of the governor's proposal, well, yesterday I got officially my second email of support after receiving hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails from a broad coalition of folks, businesses, counties, ag developers, educators, seniors against this plan. Clearly, the administration is tone deaf on this matter. Definition of tone deaf from Merriam-Webster Dictionary is having or showing an obtuse insensitivity or lack of perception, particularly in matters of public sentiment and opinion. There's an email from a farmer who went out to all of us. It says, my wife and I own a farm and would benefit from any real estate tax reduction. However, shifting them to sales taxes that will require low income to pay more is just wrong, wrong, wrong. The income tax income is not pulling its fair share. If income taxes cannot be raised to offset most of the proposed sales tax increases, then just pack up and go home. Well, the legislator did our job last session, recognizing that the approach pushed then and again now is a massive, regressive tax increase impacting hardworking Nebraskans and those on fixed incomes. Instead of providing real results on property tax relief to those who need it the most, this bill gives wealthy landowners yet another huge gift. Remember, there is no such thing as trickle-down economics. We didn't fail last session. The governor has fumbled the ball and has failed to fool our fellow Nebraskans that this tax plan will benefit them. We all recognize and acknowledge the need for property tax relief, but done in a thoughtful, deliberative, fiscally sound way with credible financial analysis, forecasting, modeling, and the full and transparent hearings throughout the state with input from a broad base of constituents, much like Blueprint Nebraska did. Thank you. If this were a true fiscal emergency, we should have had an all-hands-on-deck approach by calling out for the following. Create a differentiation and valuation for owner-occupied residents versus residents for short-term rental. Constitutional change. Revise the Nebraska valuation formula to cap wild swings in value. Freeze the accelerated income tax reduction for the top 2 wealthiest tiers and corporations for 2 to 3 years. My bill, LB 10, would have saved $249 million the first year, going up to $689 million the next year. And by the year 2028, $1.1 billion that could have been applied to property tax relief. You know, we're going to talk about front-loading LBO 7. We need to look at all new revenue sources. This was not considered. It was soundly dismissed by the Revenue Committee. You need an expanded revenue base, not a shrinking one.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Linehan, you're next to speak.
Where's Senator Van Gilleren? Would you yield to a question? Okay. He's coming. I heard him.
Senator Van Gilleren, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Van Gilleren. You worked on several scenarios of how this income, the sales tax would affect a family of 4, single people, people who had high adjusted gross incomes, people who had low adjusted gross incomes. I think one of the things I heard this morning is we already, like when I go to the grocery store, about half of what I usually buy, oh, I'm probably not a very good example because I don't have a family to feed, but about half of what I buy at the grocery store is already taxed, is it not?
Depends what you buy, but yes.
Detergent, wash my clothes.
Yes.
Shampoo to wash my hair.
Correct.
Paper plates, napkins.
All taxed.
Anything, ready-made sandwiches in the deli.
All taxed.
Okay, if I go to the Quick Shop or I go to, I'll just say Quick Shop. That's what was popular when I didn't ever cook. Do I pay taxes on an ice cream bar?
On an ice cream bar, no.
No. Do I pay, if I get a package of hot dogs out of the cooler, it's food, do I pay taxes on that package of hot dogs?
No. But you would if it came off of the roller dog machine.
I was going to ask that. So if it comes off, so I don't even know now because I've never paid attention until the last 3 or 4 months. I think if I buy a donut that's in that glass cage, you know, where they bring them in fresh, if you get there early enough in the morning, you do pay sales tax on that, don't you?
I decline to say whether I buy donuts or not.
But I think if you go over to the donut where they have those like week-old donuts, I don't know. I loved them as a kid. I've gotten over that. They're in a box and you take them home to eat them. Those are not taxed, right?
Correct. Those would be food.
On tobacco taxes, we were presented early on with a $2 increase in tobacco taxes, and we said no, right?
Correct.
And then we were thinking about $1, and we heard about border bleed. So where did we land on a pack of cigarettes?
We landed at, I think it's $1.36. I might be off a penny or two on that, but it matches Iowa's rate on cigarette taxes.
And then one thing we discovered during the hearings, and we had to have a special hearing over it, was kids, young people in high school now, they found a new form of nicotine they can use so they don't have to vape, right?
Right. Yeah, we discovered that vaping, by some, claims to be on the decline, particularly with youth, and they're beginning to use these nicotine pouches, yes, because the patches are what you buy at the drugstore. Right.
So the pouch is one of the reasons young people like them, and people who work, since it's become socially unacceptable to be a smoker anymore. Pouches can go in your mouth and nobody can tell. Nobody can tell. Do we tax those now?
Not currently.
So we don't.
They're taxed as under sales tax, but they're not taxed as any special tobacco tax.
As nicotine.
As nicotine.
So let's move to consumable hemp. Do we tax that now?
Only as sales tax.
Only as sales tax. So we thought that hemp is more like cigarettes or liquor, so there probably should be an excise
1 minute.
tax on it. So some of these taxes, in my recollections of the hearings, and we worked with some of the industries, they were just common sense things, right?
Seem to be common sense to the committee members.
So if we really believed everything we're saying here on the floor about how we shouldn't have taxes, we shouldn't tax tobacco or pouches or any food, regardless of how hot and ready it is. I'm just trying to make the point that a lot of this is very silly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator McDonald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let's go back to April when we decided we didn't have enough votes for LB 388. At that point, the governor stood in front of us at the end of our session and said, I'm bringing you back. I'm bringing you back for a special session. So we all knew at that point, it's just a matter of when. Then the governor decided to put together a working group, and I was part of that working group, and I think we did some good things in a lot of time, which I appreciate people's time. I appreciate people's work on this issue with the governor's team, with our committees, with individuals, but that's what's expected of us. The work is, we're supposed to do the work. That's just expected. We ran for these offices. We're supposed to do the work. But also people are waiting for us to do something about property tax. So now you got the governor, and here we start the session, and now we talk about the governor, and we talk about what he introduced, or what he asked us to introduce, what he asked us to work on. But this is now in our court. This is our problem. And I know every one of the senators that are here today want to do something about reducing property tax. How do we get there? How do we get there? And how a lot of things that have been brought up about LB 34, about the amendment, I agree with. How do we get to 34? There's an old saying, you have 100% of nothing or 50% of something. Going home, and the governor, of course, starts a special session. We end it. But going home without accomplishing anything isn't a success. Our mindset cannot be, well, oh, see, the governor failed. No, we failed the citizens that we were elected to serve. Who really fails, who really gets hurt, it's not the governor, it's not the senators, it's the people of Nebraska. It's our future. It's our kids, it's our grandkids going forward. This is too big for personalities over policy. we have the ability. And I was so impressed over the weekend. There was some senators that we got together, and they're not, some are not supportive, but they're trying. They're trying to get there, and they're trying to be creative. And for 4 hours, they talked and came up with ideas, and just the idea of trying to work together, trying to solve the problem. But again, that's what it's got to be about. It's got to be about different solutions to the problem. Might be something that we've never talked about. Please don't give up trying. And I know you won't, because all of us want to bring property tax relief home to the citizens we serve. I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Erdman, you have 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McDonald. I appreciate that. So we'll have a discussion here for just a moment. I want to refresh your memory back to late April when we were debating 388. It was looking, as it is now, very, what shall I say, questionable whether 388 had the votes. And so I introduced an amendment that would front load 1107 and keep the spending caps in place. That motion received 23 votes. And now it seems to be a very popular amendment. Had we done that and voted yes on front loading 1107, we may not be here today. So here's where we are. I believe this bill, this amendment will have the support that it needs. I hope it does. But just let me be clear about this, is as we move through this process, whatever it is that we accomplish will have to be done over and over and over again. We like doing that because then we can go home and say we did something. So this very well could be all we can get, but I want to use this again, and you can describe it to others with the same explanation. This is a decrease in the increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I want to comment on some of the things that we've been talking about. I kind of jotted things down as people were speaking. When Senator Frederickson talked about how Omaha is booming, and it is very easy to be a booming metropolis when you're taking money from the property owners. You're taking windfalls. If you're not supposed to tax more than you were, but you're taking that extra and using it, yes, of course you're going to do great things. But shouldn't that be the property owner's decision on what they give up? Senator Conrad had used the word mean-spirited budget cuts. I don't think there's any person in here who thinks about cutting budgets with meanness in their spirit. Those are emotional words. We are talking about how we penalize property owners. I do have to mention the supreme irony of Senator Michaela Cavanaugh complaining about the tactics used with legislation and being on the floor in debate. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has routinely blocked all debate using rules and using them very effectively when she filibustered everything last session. So again, when people get up and complain about how the rules are being used, they're very often using them themselves. It's not the government's responsibility to bring people out of poverty. It's their responsibility. It's a government's responsibility to not make it harder for them. Being able to purchase a home is a huge step up the rung. If we make it harder for people to purchase homes because our property taxes are so very onerous, we're keeping people down. We're not even allowing them to taste the American dream. When people talk about we need more time to discuss, next session it'll be better. Next session we'll have 1,000 bills in 90 days. I am so grateful that we've had the opportunity to talk about focused property tax reform. All of the bills, there have been a lot, but they've all been towards the same goal, and that makes it much easier than going from one committee to another and switching gears. This is the time for us to get something done. And when people say that there's not enough time, we have senators in this body who have served here for a decade. Senator Conrad was here for 8 years, left and came back. She's on year 2. Senator Wayne, 8 years. Senator Blood, 8 years. Senator Vargas, 8 years. Senator Wishart, 8 years. Senator Walls, 8 years. Senator John Kavanaugh, 4 years. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, 6 years. Senator Hunt, 6 years. Senator Slama, 6 years. These delay tactics are continuing to hurt people. If 10 years ago, we had been able to cut property taxes and people had $500, $1,000 more a year, every year for 10 years, what could they have done with that? So people who are watching, what could you do with savings on your property tax? How could you invest that? How could you grow? Could you repair windows? Could you paint your home? As I talk to people, people are deathly afraid of even making necessary maintenance improvements because they can't afford it and they don't want to trigger some sort of an audit and have their property valued even higher. What could you have done with the money? And if we leave here without doing anything, what will you say about us going forward? What could you use that $1,000 more to do? It is a tough, tough deal to be in here working on these issues. We all have opinions about it. We are all looking out for the best interests of our constituents. I truly do believe that. Thank you, Mr. President. I will actually yield my time to Senator Jacobson.
Senator Jacobson, you have 53 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Calvin, Mr. President. I just want to comment that we've had a lot of discussion this morning, but nobody's brought any serious amendments. Let me tell you what's in queue here now. There are 2 more blocking motions, which are priority motions. And we're doing the call of the House to stall. We're doing the reconsider the vote just taken to stall. There's no serious effort here by those who claim they want real property tax relief to bring real changes to this bill. They want to run the clock, force an up and down vote, and hope that the bill fails. That's what's happening here. So all of you in Lincoln and Omaha in particular, who are going to watch your property taxes go up next year, your senators are playing a role in this, because they're stalling this out and not allowing us to get real changes, and they're not bringing real changes because they don't have any real changes to this.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
22 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All those senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Meyer. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 33 ayes, 9 nays. Mr. President, cease debate.
Debate does cease. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on the bracket.
I would like a red vote on the bracket, please.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Members, the question is the bracket motion. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Not voting, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Meyer. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 9 ayes, 34 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to bracket.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to reconsider the vote taken on MO 131.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Nebraska. To clarify, what Senator Kauth was referencing was me criticizing the calling the question in succession when there's lots of people in the queue. You can in fact do that, and people do that. I was speaking to what used to be a norm in this institution, which was that we would actually attempt to have full and fair debate when almost the entire body was in the queue to speak. So I am not a critic of people using the rules. I use the rules. Yes, I do. And so can you. So I just wanted to address that. As far as bringing solutions or blocking or whatever. I fundamentally think that this is bad policy. I think that the entire way that this has happened is reckless and harmful to Nebraskans. So I am going to stand up and block it. And it doesn't matter if there's another amendment to be considered. That amendment didn't have a hearing. I don't even know if this amendment had a hearing. I think maybe it had a hearing because it was part of something else. We definitely didn't have a briefing on this amendment. We had a briefing on the concept of an amendment a couple of days ago, or I don't know, maybe that was last week at this point. I can't keep track. But if you go to LB 34, there is not a fiscal note that reflects what is in AM 73. So how is anyone at home or in this body or in the press supposed to know what is going on here? How much is this going to cost and where is it going to come from? We need to do our jobs, and our job is good public policy that is thoughtful, that is thorough, that is not reckless, and that takes into considerations process, modeling of what all of this does. You cannot do this in the time that we are doing it with the constant shift that we are seeing. Even just today, before the lunch break, we were all waiting to get to AM 73 to debate, and now we're waiting to get to AM whatever that's pending to debate because we decided that AM 73 was dead on arrival. This is an ever-shifting landscape of a very serious thing, and it's going to come with budget cuts. Even front-loading 1107 is going to come with budget cuts, $100+ million budget cuts. I don't even know. Why don't I know? Because there's no fiscal note. And this is not a criticism on our fiscal analysts at all. This is a criticism on the process that we have chosen to endeavor in this session. It is reckless. And yes, there were conversations. The governor put together his super secret, double secret committee that started in May or June or whatever, and they just talked to themselves and decided what to put forward, and now they're pissed that I oppose it? I'm sorry. You never asked me. You never asked me, not once did you ask me what I thought good property tax relief looked like, what I thought good tax policy looked like, what I thought good budget policy looked like. Never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever did you ask me. And anytime I have ever brought a policy forward, you have sunk it. I am here for solutions. I am not here for tax breaks for the wealthy. We've done that, been there, done that, seen that movie, don't need to see it again. It wasn't very good, half a star on Rotten Tomatoes. What we need is real reform for low-income families and individuals. We need reform for developmental disabilities. We need healthcare reform and access. We need transportation reform and access. But all we are talking about is property tax relief for the governor. For the governor. This does not help me, not that it matters. I'm not voting for it or against it because it helps me. I pay the highest property tax rate in the state. I live in the West Side School District, which means I pay the highest property tax rate in the state. And you know why? Because we love our public schools. We love our public schools, and we are willing to pay for good public education. We are willing to pay our teachers a decent wage. We are willing to pay to have buildings that are ADA compliant. We love our public schools. This is not good government. And you can stand up and try and shame me, but I won't be shamed. I'm pretty much shameless about me wasting time. I am not wasting the taxpayers' time. I am here defending them. I am here defending the taxpayers when you want to steal from them to pay for Jim Pillen's property tax relief. That is not at all something I'm willing to stand down for. My constituents, my neighbors, my teachers, my public schools, my hourly wage earners for various industries deserve to have me stand up here and fight for them. And I like the cherry picking of the tax exemptions that we have. I have no idea why pool services are tax exempt. I have no idea. I also, incidentally, don't know how much revenue that raises. So, okay, bring a bill that just closes the tax loophole on pool services. You'll probably get the votes you need. You probably won't have a filibuster. But using that as a cherry-picked reason that all the rest of this is okay, a double tax, essentially a double tax on access for telephones, for long-distance calls. We tax the company and then we tax again on the consumer end. That's a double tax in this bill. That's what we're doing. But let's talk about pool services instead. Who cares about the fact that the people who have landlines that use long-distance services are the elderly? Who cares about that? Let's talk about pool services. Let's have a serious debate for hours on end about pool services, not the fact that we have hundreds of millions of dollars sitting off to the side to build a prison instead of doing corrections reform, like they did in Texas. Want to generate revenue? Corrections reform. This is such a disingenuous fight because the stage is constantly set by the people in power. The stage is that the minority in the room, whatever that minority is being an obstructionist to progress. I was against LB 1107 in 2020 because it wasn't real property tax relief. And look at where we are now. Trying to fix 1107 because it wasn't real property tax relief. And I was viewed and painted as somebody who didn't care about property tax relief. I do care. I care deeply, but I also care about children with developmental disabilities getting access to services. And I care about people with behavioral health issues having access to services. I care about maternal health and outcomes. And I have fought for those things, and I have fought against the people in this chamber for those things because you think that property tax relief is more important than a mother not dying in childbirth or having access to appropriate health care because you think that she makes bad choices about eating candy or pop. I am not failing Nebraskans. I am standing up. I am speaking truth to power. I will not stop speaking truth to power. And I genuinely do not care how much you get on the microphone and chastise me. Because again, I'm shameless and I don't care. I care about the people of Nebraska. I care about fighting for people in poverty, and I'm not going to stop. And I don't think my colleagues are going to stop either because we know it's wrong because our inboxes are flooded by Nebraskans telling us, don't do this. Don't do this. I don't even see messages telling me, please vote for this. If they come in, they are bombarded by the hundreds of other emails every day.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I stand here at the present time not in favor of LB 34 and AM 73 because it has some things in there that I disagree with that could cause us problems down the line. And and taxing a tax that we implemented last year on skill games on cash machines, we put a 5% tax in, and AM 73 wants to raise it up to 20% without seeing the results. But the last time I was on the microphone, I read from a Forbes article, and so now I'd like to read from a U.S. News article, and it is Best State Rankings. And Forbes had Nebraska listed as number 13. And you would think that's pretty good. You know, we're in the top 25, we're solidly in the top 25, and almost in the top 10. Where do you think U.S. News has Nebraska ranked? And they rank us on crime and corrections, economy, education, fiscal stability, healthcare, infrastructure, natural environment, and opportunity. So where would Nebraska fall in those rankings? Where do you want to live? And that's what people are emailing us and saying we can't live here because of our property taxes. And I just spoke to a fellow out in the rotunda shortly, well, about 10 minutes ago, and he now lives in Florida, part-time. And so they said, do you want to live in Florida the 6 months and 1 day to get the benefits of the Florida tax? And he figured it out, and there was almost no difference once you look at healthcare and everything else. So where do we fall in the U.S. News best state rankings? Do we fall in the bottom 10%? Do we fall in the bottom 50%? Do we fall in the top 5 or 10%? Well, let me tell you, there are 47 states that fall below Nebraska in the U.S. News ranking. Nebraska ranks 3rd. And according to the article, some states shine in healthcare, some soar in education, some excel in both, or in much more. The best states rankings by U.S. News draws on 1,000 points of data to measure how well states are performing for their citizens. In addition to healthcare, education, the rankings take into account the state's economy, its roads, its bridges, the internet and other infrastructure, its public safety, its natural environment, fiscal stability of state government, and the opportunity it affords to its residents. More weight is accorded to some of these categories than others based on a survey of what matters most to people. Healthcare and education were weighed most heavily. Then came states' economics and infrastructure, and the opportunity states offer their citizens. Fiscal stability followed closely in the weighing, followed by measures of crime and corrections in the state's natural environment. So Nebraska ranks 3rd there. Why? Well, we're 17th in crime and corrections. That's pretty good. We'd like to be 14th or even 16th. Economy, we rank 19th. Education, we rank 14th out of all the states. Healthcare, we're in the top 25. Thank you. Infrastructure, we rank number 4. We have good infrastructure. Natural environment, we rank number 9. Opportunity, we rank number 19. And fiscal stability, we're number 3. We are solid here in Nebraska, and I'm very proud of that. It's been said over the summer that people want to move out of Nebraska. I don't believe that. I believe we want to stay. I believe we want to support Nebraska. I believe we want to go to good football games this fall and good baseball this spring. Nebraska is a good state to live in, and we have good taxes for it. Yes, our property taxes are too high. The evaluations are skyrocketing. I'm paying way too much property tax. But we got to look at the good life that we do live here.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I love following Senator Lowe. I just want to point out, Senator Lowe, also good volleyball this fall. So I rise in support of the motion to reconsider and in support of the bracket motion and opposed to AM 73 and LB 34, just like my colleague, Senator Lowe. And colleagues, we're having a bit of a conversation, or Nebraskans, I suppose. I'll talk to Nebraskans, not the folks in the room, because the people here love to tell you what's happening. So What's happening right now, Nebraskans, is we've heard from the Chair of Revenue that these massive tax increases don't have the votes, and they want to move on to a new idea. So when people stand up and rail against the rules of the Nebraska Legislature, I will tell you two things. One, we all agree to the rules and we all play by the rules, and we use them to the best of our ability in the interests of our constituents and the state of Nebraska. And two, in this particular instance, those of us who are against the largest tax increase in the history of the state have used the rules to great effect to stop that tax increase. So Nebraskans, thank your senator if they're one of the ones who stood up against tax increases when your bill doesn't go up, when your purchases don't go up. But two, thank the rules of the Nebraska Legislature for enabling your principled senators to stand on that principle and hold the line against massive tax increases. So those are the things people should think about when someone stands up and rails against the rules. They are here to protect everyone's rights and to be used in the interest of Nebraskans, which they have been here. The other reason I wanted to talk about this is we're hearing we have yet, I don't know what number of idea we are on. Nebraskans, I'll tell you again, we received a bill that was, I believe, 122 pages last night that we started debating this morning. 122-page bill that had to do with local property taxes, state sales taxes, local option sales tax, a lot of intricacies of how our tax code works for many different things. And we were supposed to be able to read that, digest that, come here and debate it today. And then several hours into debate, it's probably about 5 hours into debate, and about 50 minutes ago right now, we received a 40-page bill that we are then, if left to their own devices, we would be debating at the moment without any opportunity to read, digest, understand, and get comments from our local governmental entities, our constituents, about how they feel about this. This is a special session, and there are different rules that allow for quicker debate and consideration. That does not mean that we should be forcing a conversation in such rapid succession about such complicated ideas and issues without time to think about it. That's how mistakes get made. That's how unintended consequences happen. That's how it causes great consternation for our constituents, our citizens, and our local governmental entities. So I don't know where I'm at on what I believe is now AM 84. I'm going to have to take a look at it, see what's actually in it, see what it actually does, and how all of the different levers affect different aspects. But I will tell you, it's my understanding from the speaker or the chair of the Revenue Committee that we are no longer talking about massive tax increases for Nebraskans.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I'm going to wrap up because Senator Slama would like to speak. And so I wholeheartedly yield the remainder of my time to Senator Slama.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Slama, 48 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today just to also give an update to where I'm at personally on, we're not at Plan B or Plan C or Plan D. We're at like Plan Z at this point with the new proposal, and it's supposedly caps, cuts, and a few other things. But the problem is that the caps only cover local spending, not K through 12 education. So that goes away from about half your property tax bill. And even then there's a public safety exclusion on the local spending caps. So you're talking about a light cap on maybe 12% of your tax bill. That's unacceptable for me. We have a process where this is being rushed. We're being demanded to pass a 40-page amendment without reading it so that we can find out what's in it. That's not how I lawmake. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. This is only the second time I've spoken today, and I know we've had a lot of folks engaging in this discussion. So I want to say I appreciate my colleagues who are willing to talk about this and willing to have this debate. I have found this to be very illuminating. I myself have filed a couple of motions that we may or may not even get to down the road that do actually address substantive parts of the bill, removing additional taxes on new services like court reporting. I think I also introduced a motion that we may or may not get to now that would prevent sort of the cash grab that was proposed originally in AM 73 for the local sales tax for political subdivisions. And so I just want to be very clear, the debate that we're having and the conversations that we're having are legitimate. And as a number of my colleagues have pointed out, the opposition to AM 73 and the underlying other proposals is one not simply of obstructionism, but is one rather that seeks to achieve a common goal, which is reduce property taxes, but not by increasing sales taxes, and ensuring that we are not going to implement some sort of problematic cap on political subdivisions that could create problems in the future. I actually really appreciate Senator Slama's comments before. It's really funny because these are the kind of issues where you can find common ground or I guess, political allies with folks who you don't normally agree with politically. Senator Slama just talked a little bit about her opposition to the hard caps that are contained in some of the proposals that we've seen out of the concept that they're not sufficient enough, that they don't actually cap political subdivisions enough. She and I have had this discussion. I actually come at this opposition from a different angle, and that is the literal opposite, is that my concern is that the hard caps that are currently proposed in this amendment or in any other amendments that we may or may not see could potentially hinder local political subdivisions in times of need. So I understand that there's a number of things that are contained in there with regards to exceptions, but I want to point to two specific objections that I have to the entire concept of these hard caps as they're outlined. One of them is that although there are certain exemptions that have been laid out in there for public safety, I have concern that although we have delineated certain things as public safety, for which I'm very thankful for, because we have to make sure that we can continue to pay for police and fire and legal services and things like that, that the additional things that would still be capped by the counties or by the cities could have a downstream problematic effect with regards to public safety. This came up in a conversation, I think, that happened before the Lancaster County Board earlier this week, where there was a conversation about the really high numbers in our current Lancaster County Jail. And as a part of that discussion, I think there was a conversation about how public safety exemption would include, I think, guards at the jail, but the person there representing the jail went on to explain that the caps would still, however, potentially hinder the efforts for substance use disorder treatment, mental health treatment, working on homelessness in the city. And it would hinder their ability to actually address the upstream issues that we need to address in order to get to the underlying problems that have to do with over-incarceration. So you can start to delineate certain exemptions of what you think is or is not public safety, but the reality is if a political subdivision is financially unable to meet the needs of its citizens, it is failing the people that it's there to represent. When this conversation started way back in the interim, I think I said to a room full of people, find me the county. Find me the county or the city that is unnecessarily raising taxes just to line its pockets. Find me the county or the city where you go ask the citizens of that area, okay, we want to cut, thank you, Mr. President, we want to cut your taxes. What services would you like us to cut? Because when you go talk to folks in other counties and other cities, they want their roads paved. They want their bridges maintained. They want to ensure that there are sufficient services in order to continue to protect their citizens. So that's one of the objections. And I would just finish up by saying my other general concern about some of the hard caps is a number of studies, and I'll talk about these if I get back on the mic today, have shown that caps such as this can really be problematic after times of economic downturn. So if a recession happens and the economy goes down really, really far, it's very difficult with hard caps like this for the county or the state or the city to catch up over time. So I remain concerned about the potential negative side effects we could see on cities and counties. I can continue to be very concerned about these hard caps in general. I think there are solutions out there, but I just don't think we're there yet. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Brandt, you're recognized to speak.
Question.
The question's been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, there's no ruling of the chair. The question is, shall debate cease? All in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House be placed under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
20 yeas, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All senators unexcused outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Decay and McDonald, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the question is, shall debate cease? All of those in favor vote aye. Then there's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, not voting. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, not voting. Senator Decay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Meyer, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Berman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, Senator Reapy, not voting. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, not voting. Vote is 35 A's, 6 nays, Mr. President, to cease debate.
Debate does cease. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I mentioned that even front loading is going to cost budget cuts, and that's something that we haven't really been discussing. So I'm waiting for the copies for the full legislature, but I'll start talking about it now. You will be getting them later this afternoon. My office, thank you to Ethan, Margaret, and Melissa for their dedication and work on this, has been down quite the rabbit hole, and also with some fiscal analysts here. It started in June. In early June, I started getting calls from state employees from various agencies, not DHHS, which was unusual for me. I get a lot from DHHS, but not DHHS. And they were raising concerns about things that were happening internally with their budgets. So I started making some requests and then made more requests. And that led to more requests. So where we're at right now is that I am waiting. I think it's the 15th is when a lot of agencies are going to give me the latest round of requests. But what we have come across so far is that the state fire marshal was unable to meet payroll on April 3rd due to insufficient budget allocation. The fire marshal, not only could they not make payroll, they didn't know that they couldn't make payroll until the checks actually bounced. Correspondence from the Department of Revenue dated June 6th, 2024, indicated that the department needs more than its current appropriation to complete the fiscal year. In June, we were withholding funds from the Department of Revenue. Correspondence from the Department of Veteran Affairs dated April 15th and May 21st revealed insufficient funds to cover payroll for the Department of Veterans. April 1st of this year, the governor signed the budget. April 3rd, fire marshals couldn't make payroll. April 6th, Chief Finance Officer of the State Budget Division, Lee Will, sends email. I gave this out to the Appropriations Committee during that budget hearing. Sends email to code agencies to frame Governor Pillen's goals for savings, requests each recipient fill out an agency profile form and budget reduction form to allow for 3% general fund savings in FY24, the year that we had just passed. We passed the budget 5 days previously, the governor signed it, and now the state agencies were being told to cut that same budget by 3% before June 30th, and then cut it by an additional 6% before the end of FY25. April 8th, agency directors and staff met with Epiphany Associates regarding agency budget goals. April 15th, Department of Veteran Affairs correspondence reveals insufficient funds to pay payroll, requires allotment from various programs to cover. April 30th, executive order from Governor Pillen saving taxpayers' funds by eliminating unneeded and unfilled state government positions. May 21st, Department of Veterans Affairs correspondence reveals insufficient funds for payroll, requires allotment from various programs to cover. Second time that happened. Department of Revenue correspondence on June 6th reveals that the department needs more than current appropriation to finish out FY24. And I don't like to present things that I don't have the documentation for. I was notified
1 minute.
that non-code agencies started to be required to make a weekly request for their quarterly allotment for that week to pay their bills. So after we passed the budget on April 1st, our non-code agencies, the way that we withheld funds from them because they can't, is that they had to request week by week their operation budget. I will continue to request documents and I will continue to share them with the legislature and Nebraska, but there is so much more to talk about on this. And again, budget cuts that have been done in the cover of darkness and actually against our own state statutes are what are in the bills. Whether we know it or not, they're there and they're already causing harm. They already have caused harm. I don't know, people, if you want to
That's
go
your
home, I
time,
guess,
Senator.
vote for the motion.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Members, there's been a request for a roll call vote, and the question is the motion to reconsider. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, not voting. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, not voting. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibaugh, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, no. Voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Meyer, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, Senator Reapy, not voting. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, not voting. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, not voting. Vote is 11 ayes, 30 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk. I raise the call.
Some items, if I could, Mr. President. New A bill, Legislative Bill 34A, introduced by Senator Brewer. It's a bill for enacting new appropriations to appropriate funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 34 and declare an emergency. Additionally, amendment to be printed from Senator Ibaugh to LB2. Senator Brewer, amendments to be printed to LB 34A. That's all I have at this time concerning items. Mr. President, as it concerns Legislative Bill 34, Senator Linehan would move to recommit Legislative Bill 34 to the Revenue Committee.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we're gonna work through these amendments, but I don't have to take 5 minutes because I think you all know where I stand and what we're trying to get done here, so we can move on in the queue. Thank you.
Next in the queue, Senator Meyer. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess things are moving pretty fast, so I'm going to take a step back and be a little bit more philosophical, I guess. There's been a lot of discussion about how what we're doing as far as controlling real estate properties affects renters. Whether it's in District 41 or in Metropolitan Omaha, Metropolitan Lincoln, those two towns are much larger than any in my district. And there's a lot more renters because they're both college towns, have more young people living there. But I would venture to say that if you surveyed many of those young people, whether renting that apartment or that small house or that larger house would be their ultimate goal in life as far as home ownership or where they were going to live. And I would venture to say that a very high percentage of those, I mean a high percentage, would say, no, our hope is to someday own our own home because has been kind of the American dream. That's the way most American people, single or married, either one, build wealth for themselves for the rest of their life so they have something to retire on when that time comes. And our society in the United States has been built on that foundation. Our government and banking system has many loan programs with zero down, low interest, low point totals to allow people with small means to be able to own a home. Veterans, zero down payment. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, all the same. So the high property taxes that those same people are seeing on a house that they might want to buy is changing that dynamic, just because the taxes are going up faster than their savings are. So the dynamic of parts of our society being able to afford a house at all is going away quite rapidly, especially here in Nebraska with young people. I know a young teacher in Omaha was going to be teaching at Gretna South. They were looking at moving closer to that, I think at 27, 28 years old. And the real estate taxes on the house that they were looking at were $15,000. $1,243 a month. By the time you add the insurance, it was going to be $1,500 a month before they even start paying on their principal and interest. Needless to say, they can't afford it. So how many more stories are we going to be hearing about people who are now renting that can no longer even entertain the thought of owning their own home, building their own wealth, which Americans for the last, since World War II, have done? And I'm really afraid that in Nebraska, we are, by our inaction, really, to control this problem, are just exacerbating that situation. And it's been repeated time and time again that this is all about subsidizing big landowners, and I didn't really know how to respond. That's such a ridiculous comment that I'll just let it pass, because Nebraska is not made up of massive landowners that are coming here to grab land. There's people who have been working here for 3 and 4 and 5 generations on the same farm, the same land, and now are being squeezed by real estate taxes. Real estate taxes have moved up on their, when they do their cash flow in the spring with their bank, they moved up from, number 10 in size up to close to the top. Above seed, above fertilizer, above repairs. Number 1 is real estate taxes. And you know what a farmer without land is? Is a gardener, nothing more. So, and nothing against gardening, I have one myself, but they are paying real estate taxes on their very first input, which is their land. So I don't think that's been mentioned anywhere in this discussion, but it certainly is a fact. So people in ag have been paying more than their fair share, and I just really feel that it's time to get this whole situation under control. But as Senator Von Gillern said, the taxes will go up, whether it's Omaha, Lincoln, or District 41. They're only going one way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good segue, Senator Meyer. Thank you. I'll echo that again. If we do nothing here today, and today appears to be our last shot at advancing a tax bill, Nebraskans, your taxes will go up next year. It's a fact. No one in this room can contest that. We all have personal stories, about how this affects our lives and affects people we know. Some of you know I've got my youngest son is a single dad. He's got 2 kids. He's got a good job at OPPD, works on a line crew. In fact, shout out to him and other OPPD workers. He worked 137 hours in the 7 days of including the storm and the days after that. And so did his crewmates. So those folks really, really worked hard here, both in Omaha and in Lincoln for cleanup. So shout out to them. With rising property tax rates, rising interest rates, rising insurance rates, the dream of home ownership is just simply out of reach for him and his 2 kids. And he's just one example of folks that are struggling to reach that American dream here in Nebraska. We're making it harder on them by doing nothing here today. There's been complaints about this conversation moving fast. you know, I've been here forever, but that's just the nature of a special session. We don't have the luxury of passing a bill on general file and spending weeks to work out the details of it to come back and fix it on select. We do have the luxury of passing this on general file and spending the next day or two to work things out. And there are things in AM 84 that need to be worked out. It's not perfect, just like none of the other bills are ever perfect when they hit the floor on general file. That's the whole purpose. So I encourage you to consider what's in there, consider what needs to be amended, but don't just kill the bill out of spite or out of a desperate need to poke the governor in the eye or whatever motivation might be motivating the opponents of this. I do want to hit a few things on 84. 84 is very skinny down. It's a very simple version about what we've been talking about. It caps spending. It front loads the 1107 property tax credit fund, and it applies ongoing savings that we'll be talking about in LB 2 and 3 coming from appropriations tomorrow and Friday. None of the sales tax exemptions are eliminated. No sales tax exemptions are being eliminated. No pop, no candy, no pools, no nothing that we've talked about that seems to be such an obstacle to people are in this bill. No liquor, no tobacco, no sin taxes, no nothing. There's no tax increase in AM 84. There's no change in the homestead exemption, unfortunately, also. There's no expansion of the earned income tax credit, unfortunately. There's no elimination of sales tax on residential electricity, unfortunately. I'll bring that bill next January. Low-income people aren't hurt. Schools don't get any additional state aid, so next year we'll probably hear about how the state doesn't fund schools as much as we should, because we hear that every year. No matter how much this plan gets skinnied down, that seems to be a way to hate it. I encourage you to get over that and work towards property tax relief for all Nebraskans, including those of moderate and low income. I was wondering if Senator Clements would yield to a few questions.
Senator Clements, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Senator Clements, you're way better at math than I am. Would you go to page 6, please, and talk us through the funding mechanism for AM 84, please?
Yes, I've looked at that. It calls for $750 million in this fiscal year, then $780 million, then $808 million. The 1107 credit will provide $565 million the first year, then $649, then $674. And with if LB 2 and 3 pass, it would mean that we would, I'm figuring we have all but $46 million in this fiscal year. And if you look at your general fund financial status, we have $504 million of excess money. So we'd still have $458 million. In the second year, we're short $10 million. In the third year, $22 million. We lapse $70 to $90 million of unspent money each fiscal year. So in my opinion here, there are funds to fund those 3 years.
Thank you. We're almost out of time. Would you, it's a lot of numbers. Anybody who wants to meet with you to look at those, would you make yourself available?
Yes.
And then last, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillerin and Senator Clemens. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Von Gillerin, stay near your microphone, if you will. I got to admit, I've kind of lost a little bit of the narrative of where we are. So I want to figure out what is happening here. So I'm going to take my time more to ask questions about it. This morning I was complaining about having a bill for less than 24 hours. Sweet summer child that I was. Now we have a few minutes to look at it and react. So I need to know a little bit more about this. Senator Von Gillerin, would you yield to a question?
Senator Von Gillerin, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You said just now that we're going to cap spending, but my very quick, very cursory reading looks like we're capping tax asking. Those aren't the same things. So which one are we capping?
I should have said tax asking. You're correct.
Okay.
Yes. And the language in here is similar language to what was in the previous amendment.
Okay, so we're not capping additionally spending.
Good correction. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you. And so what we're doing is counties and cities only, tax asking is capped. Is that right? In that part?
Yes.
Okay.
And outside of that, if I could, please, bonding and other special funds are excluded from that cap.
Okay, and if a city or a county needs to go over that cap for some reason, is there a mechanism?
Yes, I can go to a vote of the people.
So what if they need the money faster than that?
There's emergency clauses, and then there's clauses for bonds also. So if it was something that they could bond, or if it was an emergency, if it was COVID or flood or whatever, there's clauses in for emergency provisions.
Every tree in the city of Omaha getting knocked over last week?
Yeah, that.
Okay. So the override would be voting of it's not a vote of the city council, it would have to go to a vote of the people to override. Okay. Okay, just a second, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so you were just talking with Clements about the money, because my understanding is, and maybe you would know this more clearly, we need $275 million to front load 1107, is that correct?
We have 500, I've got the math here, so I got so many papers piled up here. We have 560 million, I think, in the property tax credit fund.
Somebody told me one of these numbers that was thrown at me was 275 million, and that didn't sound like what we were finding with the budget cuts they're talking about.
The difference, I would encourage you to go to Senator Clements. He and I reviewed it. It's a lot of numbers on one sheet. It's probably more than I could explain, even if I could explain it.
Can you answer me a procedural question?
If I can, I will.
So are we intending to have a vote tonight on this?
That would be my intent.
Before we can see the numbers and, okay.
You didn't ask me this question, so stop me if you want to stop me, but we do this all the time, where we have amendments that hit the floor and we consider them, we pass them through general file and then have time to consider. There's still 2 times to kill this bill.
I feel like this is slightly different, but that's okay.
Okay.
We can disagree. All right. Thank you very much
Sure,
for
thank
answering
you.
my questions. I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Slama.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Slama, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Ms. President. Thank you, Senator DeBoer. No, I appreciate the conversation that just happened because it really drives home why I'm opposed to an amendment that's been slapped together this morning, coming up on the board, and we be asked to vote on it tonight before the numbers can even get run. This is not a normal way to legislate. This is not normal. This is not according to protocol. There are parts of this bill that haven't even had hearings yet. I cannot get on board with a bill that has not been adequately modeled, not adequately analyzed, and from what I've read of it, I don't support it anyways because the caps aren't strong enough. It doesn't do enough of the good things I need to see in legislation. So because of that, even though they need me on the compromise, I think I'm on their card as being I cannot get on board if this vote is tonight. I think that's irresponsible lawmaking. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Nebraskans, good afternoon. Let's let it be said, amid all of the conversations we're having, that the headline today after this conversation is power to the people. Nebraskans have unified to take down an unpopular governor's unprincipled plan to soak the poor and hurt the schools. A coalition of Nebraskans, of senators that is more diverse than anything our state has ever seen across urban lines, rural, progressive, conservative, counties, cities, schools, agriculture, have moved past their differences on other issues and united to take down a plan that hurts Nebraskans. As predicted, the Pillen plan was dead on arrival, and it is dead. One of the largest, richest landowners in Nebraska, who is our governor, who abused his power to get us all to come in here for a special session the week of school starting, for his own benefit, for his own $1 million of money that he wants. He did not fool Nebraskans. He did not fool the interests in our cities and counties and schools, and he did not fool us. And never let anyone forget that before they try to distract us and deflect into the next backroom deal, into the next amendment that comes up on the board that never had a hearing, that no one has modeled, that no one has read. So let it be said that working together, we stopped one of the biggest tax increases in Nebraska history. And oddly enough, people like Senator Kathleen Kauth are upset about that, but I'm not. I'm happy that working families in my district aren't going to have to pay for tax cuts for Bill Gates and Ted Turner and Governor Pillen. Everywhere I go, on Sunday I was on an airplane, and the guy sitting next to me wanted to talk about this plan and thanked me for fighting against it. And he had all kinds of opinions to share with me about why this was a bad plan for his family. At the grocery store, same story. And I know that all of you are experiencing the same thing. Folks are saying if we do nothing, then your taxes are going to go up. If we do this, your taxes are going to go up. This is not a solution that works for Nebraskans for reasons that have been articulated here ad nauseum, right? What I wish we knew in advance, and what I'm curious about in terms of the reason we're all really here, is I'm sorry to hear that Governor Pillen is struggling so much. Once the news came out about how he stood to personally benefit to the tune of perhaps $1 million, according to modeling done by the Lincoln Journal-Star, to enrich his own pockets by $1 million by passing this plan, that should have been the alarm bell that rang for all of us to realize that our governor's in trouble. We've got a governor who's a personal friend to many of you who needs help. And Governor Pillen, I'll tell you, if you need to borrow $1 million, you should have come to me first. I would help you out with that. I distributed to everybody a copy of this offering basket from a Catholic church store website. And these are the baskets that are on the long handles, and you put them down the pews to take offerings during that part of church. And I've ordered a couple of these, and we'll be sure to have those in here next week so that we can start taking offerings for Governor Pillen's time of trouble. I want him to know that we're lifting him up in prayer, in our thoughts. Thank you, Mr. President. And that he doesn't have to go through this time of financial hardship alone. The people of Nebraska, I encourage you to start sending pennies for Pillen so that we can get our governor back on his feet. And to that end, I've also introduced a floor amendment that would exempt the governor of Nebraska from having to pay any property taxes levied by the state of Nebraska. And with these combined measures, maybe we can help our governor get back on his feet, help him get back to farming, back to serving the people, and all of us can get back to doing the people's work as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dover, you're recognized to speak.
Some people are talking about the previous bill, and I just want to have this on record and just discuss a little bit about how we got here. I talked with someone who went to the NCSL conference in Louisville, and they were asked from people from other states, asked what Nebraska is doing raising taxes. And I think that's a good question. What was Nebraska doing raising taxes? Were there enough conversations with those affected by the property tax relief plan? I've heard there was a number of groups that were not talked to about changes. I think what happened was, to be quite truthful, I think what happened was everybody was at the table last time, and that didn't turn out so well that at this time I don't think a lot of the people were invited to the table. And I don't know that that was, I think, probably the best course of action. When the first property taxes was drafted, why were those affected? And I'm talking not the first one earlier, in the earlier session, but this one, not brought to the table as the bill was drafted. Shouldn't government be transparent? I think it should. I think those affected by statutory changes as we implement should have a chance to speak to us about their concerns, as some did in the hearing and revenue. But more importantly, there needs to be conversations way before the hearings, months before, especially in such a monumental shift. And this should not be done in a special session, a matter of days. the largest tax policy shift in over half a century, and I will bet they didn't do that in a matter of days. What did the first version of this bill do? It shut down large industries and housing developments across the state. Tyson has a plant in Madison, and they told me that they paid $600,000 in taxes last year, but when they applied the first tax bill, they would have paid over $1 million in taxes. They have plants in other states. If we raise taxes on them, what will happen if they can be more profitable in another state? They will simply make upgrades to other plants in other states, and when obsolescence steps in, they will simply close the plant in Madison. I remember when IBP closed in Norfolk, all of a sudden, many were without jobs overnight. And the plant is now crumbling and rusting away on South First Street in Norfolk. I don't know what we'll ever do with it. Nucor's last expansion was $59 million. And our community wants Nucor to continue to invest in their plant. Initially, the original bill would have cost them over $10 million. And since employees of Nucor are paid on production, this cut would have cost employees of Nucor over $1 million in lost wages. Out of their families' incomes and out of the community's economy, then causing other business owners and families to lose money. Why am I talking about this when it's no longer in the bill? Because I think we all need to consider the widespread ramifications of introducing a bill without working the various interests way ahead of time and attempting to do in such a short time frame. I, Senator of District 19, I think I can speak for all of my district when I say I want Nucor, Cold Finish, Volcraft, Tyson, and other large employers to know how much we truly appreciate and value our relationship, realizing that they can invest in any plant in any state. And that I will do what within my power as their state senator to make Nebraska their first and most profitable choice to invest in. Business, large and small, needs two things. One, a stable tax policy environment, and two, stable regulatory environment. Without this stable environment, how can business plan for 5 years or more? The original bill threw ripples through many corporations and housing developments that use TIF and the proposed tax on trades. All these housing developments were on hold. It basically shut down the housing developments across the state, and I think we should have been thinking about that before we did that. That unstable future in tax policy is bad for them, and it's bad for Nebraska. Nebraska does have a lot to offer up to now: a stable environment, low taxes, affordable electricity, great workforce, and a right-to-work state. Had we had the benefit of regular session, the Revenue Committee would have had the time to work with business and ag to make sure that the bill comes out of committee and can be passed. I understand it may not be a Hail Mary, but 5, 10, 15, 25 yards is good. Again, I'm a fiscal conservative. I do not believe that we need to raise taxes to cut taxes. We need to cut spending and cap excessive spending. We then need to take revenue growth over the years and give it back to the people who earned it, working Nebraskans, in the form of property tax relief. There's only one way to solve most of the woes of this state, and that's economic growth. We need to tax business. We don't need to tax businesses and working families. We need to tax them less. We need to lower taxes to attract more business and families to Nebraska. As they say, you cannot tax people into prosperity. Thank you.
Senator Armendariz, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been gaining my center on this issue from my family, friends, the folks that elected me, not really from this body, politicians or lobby. Overwhelmingly in the state, the taxpayers are saying we need a break on our property taxes. They're out of line. Now, valuations across the country have skyrocketed. In my opinion, we tied taxes owed to the wrong multiplier. If you have a $200,000 home and you multiply that by 3, it's quite lower than a $500,000 home multiplied by 3. So the taxing entities might say, well, we didn't raise the levy, we even lowered it, not by as much as the increase of the sheer dollars you paid in taxes. So that's a fallacy. Every property owner is paying way more than they should because of the multiplier we have in place. In my opinion, this is a math problem that has come to light in the last several years that we need to fix. It should be multiplied by something more meaningful, by how the economy is going, an indicator of free cash flow for folks, not the value of their property. Value of their property has no bearing on the free cash they have and the ability to pay their tax. One example, my son bought a starter home built in 1963, no updates to it, original kitchen. Over the course of 5 years, his property tax owed ended up being 40% of his mortgage. And he did not put a lot of money down. He put down 5%. 40% of a starter home mortgage going to property taxes would explain why young people can't afford to buy a home. He and his wife and young baby moved in with us. They would like to have one parent stay home and raise their child. And it was just going to be very tight. It's unfortunate that Nebraska is forcing young people to both have incomes just to afford a house. Nebraskans are very nice. They want good services. They want to help people in need. They want good schools. What they're asking right now is to please help and give them some relief of the property taxes. They've invested in this state and they need some relief on this. With that, I'm going to support anything that helps limit the tax asking. And we need to refine year over year. This is something that should be constantly done, not done and left alone for 20, 40, 50 years. This is something that should be done every year or two and refined. And that's what I would propose we do. And with that, I would like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Senator Armendariz. Senator Jacobson, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Armendariz. Well, first of all, before you start with the pennies for Pillen, I want to make it clear that he doesn't need your pennies, okay? Let me tell you a little bit about Governor Jim Pillen. Governor Jim Pillen grew up poor. I can identify with that. He grew up dirt poor, but he went to university. Many of you remember him playing football at the university. He went on to veterinary school, got his veterinary license, practiced veterinarian, was the veterinarian for one of the largest hog producers at the time in Nebraska, and encouraged his family to invest in hogs. And he built a pork empire in this region of the country. Jim Pillen has never taken incentives of any kind. He hasn't used TIF. He hasn't used any incentives. Governor Pillen is self-made. He has a plant in Madison that he's a part owner in as well, a processing plant. So the fact that the Journal saw it necessary to look up how many property taxes he paid, first in itself is a little absurd. But if it means he's getting it cut by $1 million, that means he's paying $2 million today. Not to mention sales taxes, personal property taxes, on down the line.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor, there's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 ayes, 6 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Dorn, Bostar, McDonald, and Merman, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. The question is, shall debate cease? And there's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, not voting. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Meyer, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, not voting. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, not voting. Vote is 34 ayes, 8 nays to cease debate, Mr. President.
Debate does cease. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on the motion to recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate a vote no on the motion to recommit. So that's a red vote. Thank you much.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Members, the question is the motion to recommit to committee. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
8 ayes, 33 nays on the motion to recommit, Mr. President.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote taken on MO 132.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, continuing on. So, going to go back a little bit to 2023. In 2023, when we passed the budget, when we passed just adjourn, sine die, we passed a bill that authorized $10 million over 4 years to hire an outside consultant. And we, in there, stipulated that that must be executed by June 30th of 2023, which always to me was bizarre. Why would we not have put the date further into the future to give them the ability to go through the appropriate RFP process? That always bothered me. And we got this no bid contract for $10 million with a company called Epiphany. And as far as I could tell, There was no vetting. This just came out of nowhere. Well, I was wrong. It didn't come out of nowhere. In March of 2023, Epiphany began its relationship with the state of Nebraska in undisclosed contracts with the Department of Labor. They were hired for an amount under the amount that requires an RFP, but the contract still should have been made public, never was. They were hired to help improve efficiencies for the unemployment system. And then they met with all of the department heads, and then they were offered a no-bid contract. And during this time, when they first came to Nebraska in March, copied on the emails as an employee of Epiphany in this discussion of contracts with the state of Nebraska was future CEO of DHHS, Steve Corsi. So we have a no-bid contract for $10 million that came to us from a contract that was never publicly disclosed. And then we have a CEO who resigns, and we hire an internal hire from the no-bid contracts employee who was working for the state of Nebraska. Not only did he not disclose that he was working for Epiphany, but at his confirmation hearing, he did not disclose that he was working for the state of Nebraska. And we did not launch a national search. Who cares, right? It's improper. Is it illegal? Probably not. Is it unethical? Definitely so. But here's the thing. When you go through these records, there's no reality. I am not a business owner. I don't deal in contracts. There's a lot of things that I don't understand. But even I understood that the back and forth with this company back in March of 2023 was that they were not a real organization. That they were kind of, I don't even know what. They didn't have a W-9. They didn't know what it meant to be insured. They couldn't provide those documents to the state in a timely manner because they didn't know about it. So that should be concerning that just a couple months later, we gave them $10 million. Additionally, what should be concerning is that we had an office that I believe former Governor Pete Ricketts started on government efficiency, and we just got rid of that office, which is required because it is a state office to have government transparency. So we got rid of that. And we moved to this organization that, because it's an outside vendor, we have to basically subpoena them or hope that they communicate with people within the state to find out anything at all. So then, starting in June of 2023, well, actually July 1st of 2023, this contract starts. And the first year is over, and in June of 2024, their report comes out. And I apologize to our media press corps. I do not remember which one of you released that report, but it was 50-some pages of literally ChatGPT write a report for me, except I'm going to just copy and paste the governor's campaign website and plug it into the report and submit it. That was $2.5 million, colleagues. $2.5 million. That's what we paid for that. And we're going to pay another for this year for another ChatGPT report. I guarantee, put in ChatGPT, write me a consulting report on how to cut budgets in a state, and it will read like plagiarism. Then the budget cuts. Oh, the budget cuts. Mr. Lee Will, who I believe is out there, sent an email to every code agency department head telling them what their budget cuts would be and that Epiphany would help them identify those cuts. $200 million from DHHS. That's it. Doesn't say anything else. Figure it out, HHS. That's not how you find efficiencies. You find efficiencies and you say, if we do this, we'll save this much money. You don't find efficiencies by declaring that you must get rid of $200 million. So let's talk about HHS, shall we? How is HHS going to do this? How is HHS going to provide services that are in statute required that cost less? Well, I was told that child welfare, we were spending more and more in child welfare than ever before. And I was like, yeah, it's called St. Francis Ministries. Hi, we took a bid that was 40% under budget of the other bid. We went with it and it cost us so much more. And oh, are the outcomes terrible right now? Of course they are, because we did this to ourselves. So what are we going to do? Oh, we're going to cut our investment in child welfare. What else are we going to do? We're going to cut our contract with our trainer that we have had for 30 years for child welfare. Our trainer partner, the university, which also 50% of that training is paid for by 4E funding. But we're going to do it for less than the 50% that the state pays for the state training of the child welfare workforce, to save a dime. And we're going to do it all by January 1, 2025, with no plan, no metrics, no safeguards. In January, we are going to be right back where we were with St. Francis Ministries. Only this time, it's going to be completely in our hands. There won't be a scapegoat. You can't say you didn't know. You cannot vote for these budget cuts to pay for property tax relief and say that you didn't know that you were going to harm child welfare. Because I'm telling you now. I am telling you now. What else? How much time do I have?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Oh, not nearly enough. Okay. So, in 2022, I believe, maybe 2023, it was 22 because Governor, well, now U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts was the governor, and we passed a budget to increase provider rates, lots of provider rates, child care services, child welfare provider rates. And the way that we did it so that he didn't veto it is we used the currently available ARPA funds. Because that was the agreement to make that happen, we would use those funds. But we intended to increase them permanently, not increase them just while the ARPA funds were available, increase them permanently. And so we have our child welfare budget projections from I think it's the June or the July fiscal projections following the biennium.
1 minute.
Thank you. And in there, our fiscal office has built into our budget for next year the anticipation of that going to general funds. Now that those ARPA funds are going to be gone, the anticipation of the legislature, based on what we did, is to have those funds go to general funds.
That's your time, Senator.
Oh, darn it. You'll have to wait for what comes next.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hardin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout the day, I've continued to receive a drip of text messages that have continued to come in. And I have people from my district saying, please help us with our property taxes. With that, I know that Senator Von Gillern has some new information he would like to share, and so I would like to yield the rest of my time to him.
Thank you, Senator Hardin. Senator Von Gillerin, you have 4 minutes, 33 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hardin. I just wanted to touch on something. If you're like me, your phone is blowing up with text messages and emails from people asking questions about different things, and some of the concerns about the caps are being raised. And I mentioned earlier the index that is being used for the spending lids and the spending caps. And in the bill, it says from 0% to inflation, and that inflation is defined on page 2 of the bill at the top of the page as what the state and local consumption expenditures and gross investment percent change is. I know it's a long acronym, but you can look it up. It's from the government consumption index. It's a Bureau, what is it? The Bureau of Economic, let me look here, Bureau of Economic Analysis.gov. They have different indices. Some of them are for federal spending, which obviously we don't want to use because they're buying things like missiles and tanks, but they have state and local indices that are more appropriate, and that's what we chose to use in all of the versions of the bills that we have talked about over the past few hours. So I've got a chart on that was provided that shows the difference between CPI, which again, Consumer Price Index, would be things that we all buy for our home use and our personal use. That would include groceries and appliances and clothing and those kinds of things. That's very different than what municipalities use. Municipalities buy, road gravel and asphalt and steel and heavy equipment and cruisers for police use and those kinds of things. So it's a very different basis that they use for their modeling. Over 20 years, the difference between those two numbers has varied 1.3%. If you look at the Consumer Price Index over 20 years, it has averaged 2.6% annually. The government index, or we're calling it the slice index, has increased 3.9% for a difference of 1.3%. What that actually is, though, and Senator Clements ran the numbers on this. Again, thank you, Senator Clements, for being an ace on all the numbers. If you divide that out, it's actually a 30% difference. If you take $1 in 2004 under the CPI, it inflates to $1.65 today. If you take $1 under the slice index, it inflates to $2.15 today. That's a 29.8% difference. So as municipalities and counties and local taxing authorities are understandably concerned and interested about their budgets in these coming years, the index that has been written into the bill is very appropriate for their type of spending. And for them to be asking for additional cuts, each one of them have their own reasons. And my home city of Omaha certainly is in a growth mode, as many cities are, and that's of concern to them. And I don't want to belittle that concern, but I do want to bring some level of comfort about the index that has been used to inflate the amount of money that they could spend year over year. So with that, I'll wrap up. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillerin. Senator DeKay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting here and listening today, my assumption of how we are looking at this probably depends on where our demographics lie in the state and to the extent of how we look at this tax issue. We all, whether we were run, whether we were appointed, we are all tasked with the question of how we are working on tax problems in our state. We are torn between helping and hindering small and young ranchers and farmers. We have to be very cautious to keep the balance, to keep the entities competitive. With that being said, we got to keep property taxes at a standard that won't smother young farmers from being able to expand their operations. That is what I'm listening to and trying to protect. Farm and ranching is a lifeblood of our state. And once again, I will say 4% of the population provide 29% of the property revenue in the state. If we are going to keep the next generation of families that want to live and raise their families in that profession and in our rural communities, We cannot continue to tax them out of a chance to realize their way of life and enjoy the profession that they love. Foreclosing on a family farm, which in a lot of cases throughout the state consists of 40 cows, 40 sows, and 40 sheep, is more than a piece of ground. It is their retirement, their 401k, and their benefit package. If they lose that, what do they have left? But there is an old adage that says behind every successful farmer is a wife that works in town, and that is coming truer and truer as time goes on. Part of this bill would be considered a tax shift. That shift started 20 plus years ago. This is the start of turning the tide and shifting taxes back to a more balanced tax code. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again. So as I listen to the comments that are made about this bill, Senator Slama says we can't vote for this because we don't know what the fiscal note is or whatever other excuse you may have. We do this all the time. We've done it in the past. So by the time it gets to select, we'll have more information. So do you agree with the concept? That's the question. Do you agree with the concept of front loading 1107, allowing those people who haven't been claiming that credit to get that credit and to increase that? That's the question. So I'd say the answer to that is yes. One of the things that I've seen in this bill that is puzzling to me, maybe it hasn't come to your attention, but I want to draw your attention to this. It says that if you're going to have a vote to override the budget limit, you have a vote of the legal voters. And always in the past, it used to say registered voters. Now it says legal voters. So that would lead me to believe that we must have illegal voters. Because why would it say legal voters only? It's very peculiar. So why wouldn't it say registered legal voters, which means you have a voter ID and you've registered, but it just says legal voters. So who makes the decision whether that voter is legal or illegal? And I didn't know there were illegal voters, but I guess there is. So I don't know who wrote that in this bill, but I'd like to understand what the ramifications of changing something that's been there for years, because whenever we put together a petition drive, it was always a certain percentage of the registered voters in each district, each county. And now it says legal voters. So you lawyers in the room, maybe you can explain to me what the difference is between legal and illegal voters and how an illegal voter actually votes. But we have a lot of mail-in votes, so maybe that's how the illegal voters vote. I don't know. That's a question. The other thing is I listened to this today, this comments, and what we're doing here is wasting time. Because if we voted right now at this minute, we would have the same results and the same vote as if we wait till 6:20. So I would suggest there should be a special motion put in place in the rules that say, after a certain period of time, it's over. No one is saying anything new. No one is going to change their mind. Seldom, if ever, does anybody change their mind from floor debate. So why don't we just move on and vote? Save time, save effort, and maybe eventually we'll get to something that really makes some sense. So all of these comments have been made today, and we talk about fixing the system, and we talk about property tax relief. None of this really solves anything. But what it does do, and I do appreciate this, it really helps the promotion of the epic consumption tax proposal. Because again, we have proven in the legislature, we are not interested in fixing the problem. We want to continue to put a Band-Aid on this amputation. We like doing that. The epic consumption tax would cut about $1 billion out of our budget over time, $1 billion. It would also eliminate about 50% of all the bills that are introduced in this body going forward. So maybe if we had half as many bills, we could meet every other year like they did for 105 years before. Before 1975, they met every other year. And so we have to meet every year because we got like 600 tax bills that we have to deal with every biennium. So there's a lot of solutions that could be had with actually fixing the tax system. So this is actually good for the EPIC proposal because it proves to the people that this solves nothing. And the issue that we currently have, and I hate to say this, but taxes aren't high enough yet. Because if they were high enough yet, they would be interested in making a change, and they're not. And in 1966, that's what happened. The voters said it's the only source of revenue the state has is property tax, and we really don't care if they have any revenue at all because we're tired of paying these taxes. But we're not there yet. So maybe in the next year or two, we'll actually get to the place where they say, hey, it's time to do something. So that'd be about year 60. So 60 years is long enough to do anything that doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. And Senator Erdman, I think you should go home because then your wife won't have to step over the hot fence, right? You can. You know, there have been a lot of people who have stood up and said that if we do not pass anything today, Nebraska will see a property tax increase. Well, Nebraska, I think it's equally important that you understand that we have also worked for you today. We work for you to protect local control, which is something that Nebraskans truly value. And we work to stop legislation that would increase taxes on health care services, food, vehicle repairs, and over 100 other possible goods or services that could have been taxed. So not all has been lost. We heard you on the issues, and we hear you when it comes to property tax relief. I appreciate the efforts to reduce property taxes. As a realtor and a taxpayer, if you don't think that I want property tax relief, you're wrong. After 8 years of making a whopping $12,000 a year and an increase of $3,000 to $4,000 in property taxes over the last few years, believe me, I want property tax relief. But I'm not going to risk the overall financial health of our state to pass a piece of legislation without fully understanding the long and short-term impacts of any proposed changes. The other day, I had a conversation with Senator Dorn, and it was really an eye-opening conversation regarding how our budget looks within the next few years. So I would ask if Senator Dorn would yield to a few questions.
Senator Dorn, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, be glad to.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Do you have the general fund financial sheet available from today?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Can you just kind of give us an overview of what you see when you look at the financial sheet?
Just so people know that at home, if you're wondering where we find this, you go to the homepage of the Nebraska Legislature, and about halfway down on that page, it says financial status of the state of Nebraska. You can click on it. It is I call it the sheet that we deal with for the budget, and that is actually the financial status of our state of Nebraska. I think we ended the session at $503 million in the general fund. Right above that line is a number there, $351 million. That is a plugged-in number that we are by statute required to maintain that as a minimum balance. The line above that, ending balance, says $855 million, but you have to take out the $351 million. And that's a number that the fiscal office, 8 or 9 or 10 different things are plugged into that, but that is required by us, by the legislature, to maintain that much in the general funds. So then we have a net of $503 million left in there. However, we have some, I call it the tax that we passed a couple years ago for corporations that they paid in to get some federal income tax back that we still have some refunds to pay out. So I think the part, though, that you and I talked about was 2 years out in fiscal year 26, 27. I just looked on the sheet here now again today, and it is at negative 63 million. So that means that if all of these things we passed last session, not taking into account anything here that we passed, all the things we passed last session, if those all flow through, our revenue flows through, our appropriations flow through, we'd be a negative 63 million.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands today, if we pass nothing, that we'd be negative $63 million.
But the revenue number is a plugged in number and also the appropriations number. The next 2 years out, those are plugged in numbers where they're plugging in revenue that we're going to get that much and also that we will spend that much. So that makes up that part of the equation. So it's not it's also what we do going forward. Do those revenue numbers meet that amount of money, or are they greater? And also, do we appropriate that much or not?
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators Dorn and Walls. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Question?
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those senators, unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Wishart, Armendariz, Vargas, Slama, DeBoer, Dover, McDonnell and Brewer, and Dungan. Please return to the call and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is shall debate cease? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, 7 nays to cease debate, Mr. President.
Debate does cease. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so colleagues, when I was last speaking, I was talking about the budget item to increase provider rates for child welfare program service providers by 2%, I believe it was, in 2020, that there was an agreement made with the legislature and the governor that would be funded until the funds ran out by ARPA funds, then Governor Ricketts. And that is how it led to not getting vetoed. So it was always the intention of the legislature to have those provider rates increased by that amount and have it come from general funds. So I was telling you all about how our fiscal office has that increase in the projected budget for the next biennium. However, providers are being told to expect to go back to the previous rates of 2022. Now, I've heard this before when it came to ARPA funds. Well, ARPA funds were for an emergency and a short term. Yes, that's true. We never intended it to be for an emergency or a stopgap. We intended it to be from general funds as a permanent increase, just like we intended the same thing for our own staff when we increased our staff's salaries and we had issues with getting that through. So what's the point, right? The point is that there are things happening behind the scenes of this legislature that I am fairly certain that 48 of you didn't really know about. I am fairly certain that most of you are unaware of most of the things that I am sharing with you today. And that should concern you. That should concern every single one of us. We have been down some bad roads financially with programs and bad contracts. And this just reads the same as every other situation. And now we have the encumbrance of not having the Inspector General's office having the access that they need. We have an outside contractor that had a no bid contract, was never, ever vetted. We have a performance audit report from the state of Utah on that contractor in the work that they did in the state of Utah, which we did not even take into consideration when they were hired here. And I can tell you, friends, colleagues, you don't get a performance audit that yields 170 plus pages if it's good news. You just don't. So why does it matter to any of you right now? Because we are being asked not only to overhaul how we fund public education, not only to overhaul our property tax system, but we are being asked to blindly approve budget cuts to pay for it. Budget cuts that have not been thoughtful, that take nothing real into consideration, that take interest from non-code agencies' cash funds, which I'm pretty sure is questionable on the constitutionality of it. We're forcing non-code agencies to cut their budgets without any discussion with them about what that means. Colleagues, I am begging you to stop this train. This is not good.
1 minute.
This is not good for the people of Nebraska. This is not good for our constituents. This is not good for future generations. This is not how government is done. And I welcome you to get on the mic and tell me I was wrong. Tell me, Appropriations Committee, that you knew about all of this. Tell me that this was all part of the grand plan since April and everybody except for me was in on the conversation. Because that's possible. It is possible. It's improbable. Considering the hundreds of documents I have and none of your names are in any of them, it's very improbable. But it is possible. So tell me I'm wrong, or let's go home and come back in January and do good work for the people of Nebraska, because that's what they deserve from all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Members, the question is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
7 ayes, 33 nays on the motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk. Senator John Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
I would ask that we divide for a division of the amendment.
Would you approach? Senator Linehan, would you approach? It is the ruling of the chair that this bill is not divisible. Is not divisible. Committee Amendment AM 73. Senator John Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
To overrule the chair.
That is a debatable motion. It's a motion to overrule the chair. All members may speak once. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the motion before us is on my motion to divide the question, which those of you all who've been here for, as somebody previously recited, a number of years, I've been here for 4, and have successfully divided the question many times on bills that covered way, way less than this bill. So the rule, if you want to go to your rule book, your hymnal, Rule 7, Section 2, Rule 7, Section 3, subsection E. Any member may call for the division of a question which shall be divided into comprehended propositions in substance so distinct that one being taken away, a substantive proposition shall remain for the decision of the legislature. Once a division is ordered by the presiding officer, each component shall be treated as a separate and distinct proposition for purposes of germaneness. So I don't need to go into all that. The question is whether this is divisible. And it clearly, respect to my friend and person I respect tremendously, the Lieutenant Governor, this bill contemplates sections of chapters of our statutes, dozens of chapters. We started this whole legislative session having this similar bill referred to the government committee because it opened up so many sections of statute. It could have been referred to general affairs. It could have been referred to agriculture. It could have been referred to any number of other committees. This is a slimmed down version of that still opens up a large number of chapters. And so the rule has always been interpreted that when something is distinct, so distinct as local property tax levy lids and eliminating sales tax exemptions and adding a sales tax to pop and candy and a creation of a new tax on delivery services, those things would be separate and distinct from each other. Sales tax, the elimination of the sales tax exemptions are not dependent upon the property tax levies being capped in cities and counties, and therefore should be able to be taken up separate and apart from that portion of the bill. So I understand why some folks want to move on and in the interest of efficiency, jump to what they want to do next. But we have rules for a reason. They structure debate. They make it so we all know what's going to happen. And if this proposition is not divisible, then nothing would be divisible, colleagues. And so I would encourage your green vote on the motion to overrule the chair, regardless of how you feel about the outcome of this debate, regardless of how you feel about the underlying bill, regardless of how you feel about what other propositions may be out there. This is clearly a divisible subject, and I'm sure there are a lot of other folks who want to talk on this, and so I appreciate your interest, but I think, and Mr. Chair, do I get to speak another time? Do I get to speak again? Okay, so I'll get in the queue so I can answer questions or refer to other folks, but I would encourage your green vote on the motion to overrule the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Speaker Arch, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to request a point of parliamentary clarification.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, there was a motion to overrule the chair. All members may speak once. No member may yield time. They may ask questions of another member. The clock is not currently running in terms of cloture time on the underlying bill. The queue is held separate, so this is a separate procedural queue in which when the procedural motion is dispensed of, the overrule the chair, we will revert back to the previous speaking queue as held intact before this motion overrule the chair.
Returning to the queue, Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today in adamant opposition to the ruling of the chair, but respectful opposition. I really hope my colleagues are genuinely listening to this conversation. I'm taking a moment to pause because this is serious, and I hope people are paying attention to this. You heard the clerk of the legislature say this doesn't count towards the time. We're not filibustering right now. We're having an actual debate about an issue that is incredibly important, and that is whether or not the amendment from the committee is divisible. Senator John Kavanaugh made the motion, and rightly so, argued that these issues on their own present a question to the legislature that can be decided independent of the other ones. He already read the rule to you. If something is divisible, if it comprehends propositions so distinct that if one is taken away, something else remains for the legislature. So if you have 2 things, 3 things, 4 things combined in a bill, and you separate them out, the question is whether or not each of those on their own is a separate issue. Colleagues, the very fact that we have a new amendment that has been discussed, this AM 84, which arguably is just parts of the amendment currently before the body, is evidence that it is divisible. It is a separate and apart question contained in AM 84 from the other issues, saying it can be decided without the other parts of it. So the very fact that AM 84 is being potentially proposed down the line is evidence that this AM 73 before the body right now can be split into separate parts. Let me simplify it a little bit more. I know sometimes I can get a little bit wordy when I say things, and I get some comments online for that. This bill deals with a lot of different stuff. I think it's pretty simple. We're talking about caps on political subdivisions, sales tax, use tax, the way we fund our schools, taking over the NRDs, funding for jails. That's not even getting into the individual issues of the different sales and use taxes, which, by the way, each and every sales and use tax being debated in this bill would be divisible. Imagine you had a bill before you that said, legislature, should we tax poppin' candy? That's one question. Legislature, should we tax taxi services? That's another question. Legislature, should we tax veterinary services? Should we tax real estate services? Should we tax lawn care? Should we tax delivery? Should we tax any number of things that are being added in this bill? Each and every one of those is an independent proposition. In addition to that, should we be taking over the NRDs? I don't understand how a ruling could be made that this is in fact not divisible, because you can separate this out into any number of divisions that, separate and apart from the other things, present a unique question to the legislature. So colleagues, this is not just gamesmanship. Like I said, the time that we're on the mic right now doesn't count towards a filibuster. I see the queue is relatively full, which I think is important, because I would love to hear somebody get up and talk about why this is not divisible. I'm genuinely curious. And if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But reading the rules plainly, which is what we must do, whether or not something comprehends propositions and substance so distinct that one being taken away, a substantive proposition shall remain for the decision of the legislature. Colleagues, we should, again, respectfully, vote to overrule the chair on this issue. These are divisible questions. These are independent issues.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Independent issues before the legislature, and we should respect the rules, we should respect the institution, and we should be able to have a division of the question before the body because it comprehends, or it tries to comprehend, so many different things. To have a unique debate on individual sections of that makes sense. So colleagues, please, I would urge your green vote on the motion to overrule the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too am in support of the motion to override the chair, and that has been done successfully many times in my 8 years. One of the reasons I want to see it divided is because if I've not made this clear enough, I'm really sick and tired of the state pointing fingers at political subdivisions, saying that they are the reason your property taxes are high. And my seatmate can sit over here and grunt at me in the background while I'm talking, but the point is that and unfunded mandates, and it's been proven in interim study after interim study after interim study, are one of the main reasons your property taxes remain high. And we don't live in each other's districts. I vote for who I want on city council. I vote for who I want on the county board. I vote for who I think will represent our voices the best and be good stewards of our funds. And by dividing this on the current amendment, it allows us the opportunity to speak on that, because we can't just look at it holistically. My freshman year, I said that I thought Senator Linehan was very plucky. There's my long-term memory, Senator Frederickson, that she has a mission, Senator Lippincott, and sticks to that mission and just keeps pushing till things get done. I'm glad we're slowing things down, but I'm hoping right now that our governor is listening. One of the first things that people learn in leadership, that it's okay sometimes to say that you're wrong. It's okay to take a pause, to take a step back, because then you can bring something back better. I've seen some behavior on the floor today and several other days where a woman will walk up to a male counterpart, their peer, and try and correct them or share information, and that person barks back at them. I think the fact that we've come to that point again, much like it was 2 years ago, tells you that we're going in the wrong direction. Because if we can't treat each other respectfully and grown men have to act like little crybabies, then perhaps we're doing something wrong. It is time to address the real issue. When Senator Linehan talked about pool service, I agree that should have been taxed. Nobody ever asked me. Lawn and garden, no, because a lot of our seniors and people with disabilities have to have help. Limos, yes. Taxis, no, because a lot of our people that are seniors and with disabilities have to depend on Uber, Lyft, and taxis. I think that had we actually worked on this all summer long instead of finding out about all of this through the media, that we might have gotten something done. How about a survey to the senators? What are you willing to support? What aren't you willing to support? I kept hearing how people were meeting with senators. Nobody met with me. Because I would have told them, no, you're not going to cap political subdivisions. You need to stop unfunded mandates and quit kicking this can down the road. We need to override the chair on this. We need to divide and conquer. We need to talk about each thing individually because this is too important. We're not trying to slow this down to stop it. We're trying to actually provide good property tax relief. But instead, we're like, hey, let's just go ahead and front load 1107 and we'll go home because we know we can get people to vote for that, and at least it's something. That is not sustainable property tax relief. Nebraskans deserve better. People's attitudes on this floor when they're barking at my peers needs to get better. And we need to start acting like adults and actually work together. And it shouldn't be either your plan or this plan or this plan. We should actually work together and start looking at all these bills that people went to work on to provide sustainable property tax relief. we can go ahead and divide the question, but where are we going to be at when we're done with this? Will we have sustainable property tax relief? I believe not. Will emotions continue to be high? Likely. But you guys need to get over yourself, because this is my last year here, and if I see you barking at one more of my peers, you're going to deal with me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Speaker Arch yield for a question?
Speaker Arch, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Hi, Speaker Arch. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm terrific. Thank you.
Oh, fabulous. Quick question for you. Is there anything you want to share with the body at this point in time?
So there's been a lot of discussion about the ruling of the chair, and as my understanding is on these questions of division, it's often left to the introducer of the bill as well as that one who's challenging and requesting the division of the chair. And when those two agree, generally speaking, our body has said, like, okay, then let's go with the division of the chair. And I think that's where we are right now. And so yes, when this comes to a vote, I will be doing a very unusual thing. I don't know that I ever have voted, but I will be voting to overrule the chair in this particular situation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you, just a quick follow-up question, would you encourage everybody else in the legislature to follow your lead and vote to overrule the chair in this particular situation?
I would always ask for people to follow my lead. Thank you.
Oh, God. You can help in one hand and do anything else in the other, sir.
That doesn't always happen, but I can always ask. Yes, I would ask that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd encourage everyone, just for the sake of us getting back to debate, it seems as if there was a miscommunication that went down. If you would be willing to please hop out of the queue, we can resolve this quickly. We've got the votes to quickly overrule the chair, get back to debate, and wherever you're at on this bill, wrap it up this evening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think maybe we'll try and speed this along here now, but this clearly is divisible because there are multiple bills which were introduced as separate bills which were brought that then became this bill, this amendment that we have. So this is divisible. I don't think that's the question. So if we're following our rules, if we believe in the rule book, then I think we intend to divide the question because it is divisible. So I would ask you all to overrule the chair so that the words in our rule book mean something. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized to speak. And waves. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Brandon for the procedural information. I had forgotten that the time wasn't running, so I thought this would be as good a time to waste time with as anything. But I will not be following the speaker's lead. I will be voting not to overrule the chair, and I would encourage you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Slama, would you yield for a question?
Senator Slama, would you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You know how it's hard when you're trying to do things on the floor and you hear part of things and then you might miss here. So I think what I just heard the speaker say, or you say, I'm not sure, I was sort of listening, but also being pulled in one direction. Did you say when the senators agree to divide? I didn't understand that. When I went up there, I didn't think I had an option to say no.
So that's actually a great question. One of the things that can play into the chair's decision on whether or not the bill is divisible is input from both the introducer and the person encouraging the bill to be divided. A lot of times when those senators agree that yes, the bill can be divided, it's normally the ruling of the chair that the bill will then be divided.
When they both agree?
That's what Speaker Arch said, yes.
Okay. Senator Wayne, are you available for a question?
Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
I don't think you were close enough to hear the conversation, but I don't remember anybody, and maybe I'm just forgetting, I'm tired. I don't remember anybody asking me if I agreed.
No, I think the presumption was that it was divisible. Chair ruled that it wasn't. You could object. So the argument here is you have credits and you have expenses, right? Like or credits are the expenses and you have revenue. The chair may have thought that because they're interconnected and they flow to each other, which is part of the rule, that they can be stay together. I'm assuming that's what he was assuming. But the reality is because you have an expense like a credit and a revenue, those can be divided into separate pieces. Because you can vote on the revenue and still not have the expenses, or you can vote on the expenses and not have the revenue. But I understand how the chair might have got there.
But I think my question is more simple, and this is more because...
I know, I was trying to give a politically correct answer. Go ahead.
My question is, it's not the first time Senator John Kavanaugh has done this, has separated my bills. That's not a big surprise. But I don't remember anybody ever asking me if I agree.
I agree. I think they should. The chair should ask first, what are the arguments that it is divisible? I think part of the problem we have the last couple of years is we tell the body or the chair and the clerk that we're going to divide it so they can prepare for it. What we used to do our first year is we would just do it on the floor and we would stand at recess or ease until it was done. But we got in the habit of already giving it to them. So I think everybody presumes, including the chair, so they don't ask anymore. Okay. No, you were not asked. Okay, I was trying to still not answer that question. You were not asked.
Thank you. Okay. So I think I'm fine if we go ahead. And sorry, Mr. President, I don't want to spend 3 hours on this discussion. I think we have a plan. Here's the point, folks. And we can stay here 4 more hours, or we can hopefully get out of here by 6. There's an amendment.
1 minute.
That all it does is front load, puts a very soft cap on city and counties, of which all public safety is not included. That's it. Now, if we can get to that and we don't, then we can go home and we can front load 1107, which I thought everybody was in agreement with. So move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I had withdrawn from the queue earlier, but it seems like there's perhaps a lack of clarity in regards to what the matter before the body is and what the test for the body is in this regard. So let me again just reaffirm what we already know to be true. I think the Lieutenant Governor has indicated that he made a ruling in error. People are willing to recognize that people make mistakes. And rather than rising to a nuclear level in terms of allowing what would be an unprecedented ruling to carry the day here today in contravention of our rules, everybody has quickly recognized there was an error. We have the opportunity to correct it. The test, though, is delineated in our rules, in Rule 7, which you've already heard some colleagues talk about. And to Senator Linehan's point, typically there is an informal negotiation or discussion upon the request of a division between those who are moving for the division and those who are leading or sponsoring the matter subject to division. And it is not part of the the rule nor the test that there be an agreement between the gentleman or the gentlelady who are involved in those discussions. That typically does happen upon an entrance of a division, but it is not in any part required on either allowing for the division or relevant to this motion to overrule. And again, it's because the rule is clear. The rules that we agreed to are clear. Matters like this are always subject to division according to our rules. The test is in the rule, not in a gentlewoman or gentleman's agreement. And if you look, for example, at the committee statement itself in relation to LB 34, you can see that Senator Linehan and committee staff has appropriately delineated components of a whole different host of bills that were put together as part of the committee amendment and attached to LB 34. So I know it referenced LB1, LB9, maybe LB 63. I think there was a string of perhaps 5, 6, or 7 or 8 bills before revenue that demonstrates the separate nature of the matters that were joined together in the committee amendment that are now seeking to be divided appropriately under our rules with a division. So I'll just go ahead and leave it there and would ask people to follow the speaker's direction to allow for a quick remedy to a mistaken ruling by the chair so that we can move on to debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion and for the illumination on this particular rule. And I do think Senator Conrad made some very great points there about the number of bills that are integrated into the amendment we're talking about, and the fact that the rule is a privilege of a senator to divide a proposition, an amendment, meaning that senators should not be forced to take up an entire amendment proposition as one and should be able to divide it. If it is divisible, it must be divided. That's my point. This is an amendment that has many bills in it and many sections of statute are opened up. And it is clearly divisible. And when it is asked by a senator to divide it, it must be divided. So I'm asking for you to go along with what Speaker Arch asked and so many members have asked, is that we overrule the chair this one time to get us on the right path and we can have the conversation about these divided sections of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd encourage your green vote.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. And members, the question is the motion to overrule the chair. All those in favor vote aye. Although there's been a request for a roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator Decay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Senator Lowe. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Meyer. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 28 ayes, 13 nays, Mr. President, to overrule the chair.
The motion is successful. The chair is overruled. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 34, pursuant to the overrule of the chair, it's my understanding that the bill will be divided. Senator Linehan, the committee amendment AM 73 will be divided. The first piece of that committee amendment is AM 80. Senator Linehan, you are.
Senator Linehan is authorized to open and waives opening on AM 80.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Linehan would move to amend with FA 103. And Senator, it's my understanding that you would seek unanimous consent to withdraw and substitute for AM 84.
There is an objection. Senator Linehan, for what purpose do you rise?
I want to substitute FA 103 with AM 84.
You're recognized to open on that motion.
So this is where we get to what I thought. I saw a vote card at noon. We had like 36 votes. This is it. We front load 1107. We put a cap on counties and cities for anything they spend outside of public safety, which includes police, firemen, county attorneys, public defenders, and it's not CPI. It is what cities and county, state, it runs quite a bit higher than CPI, so it's not much. And there's part in it about any growth we have over 3% goes towards property tax relief. It is a bill that, all this really does that people will notice is this one thing. And if people vote against it, I'll be shocked. So if you are somebody who is taking advantage of the credit now, it will be a little bit better, but not a lot better, because we took all the revenue raisers out. So if you pay your taxes and file your income taxes and get your taxes back, you're not going to see a lot of gain here. But here's who will see gain, is all those moderate homeowners, middle-class people, 40 to 45% of them who are not claiming the credit. They will see an improvement in their situation. And we won't have the merry-go-round of going around and around. And then hopefully we can come back and do more. If we can't do this, I don't know how we're going to go home. I don't know how you face people. I really, really don't. Because if somebody votes no on this, they can't possibly stand up on the floor again and say they care about property taxpayers. It is impossible to do so. Because this literally lowers the check that everybody has to write, or it lowers your escrow account. This literally puts money in people's hands. So I don't know how you vote against it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator, returning to the queue, Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I would yield any time I have left to Senator Dungan if he's on the floor.
Senator Dungan, you have 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blood. I wasn't expecting that right away, but I appreciate the effort or the time here. So, colleagues, what we're voting on here is the swapping out of the AM for the floor amendment. And I am currently opposed to that. I want to get into a little bit of detail why. Again, I've talked about this beginning of the session and throughout the session. There are process issues and content issues, but right now I want to focus a little bit more on the content of this. So what we're talking about doing with this bill is the front loading of 1107, but my understanding is in that front loading, increasing the amount of money that's going to be in that front load. And in addition to that, implementing a cap, which is either the 0% growth or the state purchasing power, whichever is greater. In that, there are various exceptions that are built into that cap. And so I've had an opportunity to speak with a number of individuals who work at the county level and the city level, and talking about this both in actual outcome, meaning what the actual results of this are going to be, and philosophically, whether or not this is the right thing to be doing. In my time on the Revenue Committee, we've had a lot of conversations about curbing government spending. Senator Blood, for example, and a number of other senators have been champions when it comes to cutting back on unfunded mandates. And we hear a number of things come up in the Revenue Committee with regards to unfunded mandates and ways that we could save money at the local level by either fully funding or not requiring certain things from the state level of counties and cities, but not paying for it. Examples come up often, like the requirement from state law that county sheriffs provide security at courthouses. That's a fantastic thing. We definitely need to make sure that our judges and our juries and our people in the courthouses. That's a fantastic thing. We definitely need to make sure that our judges and our juries and our people in the courthouses are safe, but it's an unfunded mandate. And the sheriffs have come to us and said, this is yet, just one of many problems that we see where there's a state requirement to do a thing and we don't receive funding for it. So the reason I kind of go off about unfunded mandates is there is an opportunity for us to curb unnecessary government spending, to trim the fat around the edges, and to make sure that we're saving people's money. But we have to be very, very careful when we're cutting government spending by implementing caps, that we don't do things that have an ultimately negative side effect with regards to the services that are provided to citizens that make our cities and counties not just livable, but enjoyable. And not just livable and enjoyable, but safe. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier on the microphone when I talked about the director of the Lancaster County Jail having a conversation at the Lancaster County Board about how, yes, under these exemptions, are the guards exempt from the caps? Sure. But what does still fall under the cap are programs that that our county here in Lancaster could be putting forward to work on mental health issues, to work on substance use disorder, to work on helping unhoused people find shelter, any number of things that ultimately have an upstream investment on actually changing whether or not our jails are overcrowded. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to put our counties and our cities in a position where they are unable to fulfill the obligation that they have to the citizens of, be it Lincoln, Lancaster, Omaha, Douglas, whatever. We need to make sure that the counties can still do their job. Now, I understand, and I don't have any illusions about whether or not there are exceptions built into this. Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate that. I think it's important to make sure that we have those. But again, my issue is the experts who operate in these worlds, these circumstances have come to me, talked to me, people who've spent decades in county government, decades in city government, village government, and they've told me that if these are implemented, not just potentially, but there will be problems. So, colleagues, I want to make sure that when we're voting on this, we don't act like this is just nothing. We need to make sure that we understand this could have tangible effects. It will have tangible effects on roads, bridges, public health, any number of things that we need to be looking out for. So, colleagues, I would urge you to vote against the substitution. We can continue to have a conversation about these caps and what money we're using to fund the 1107 front load. But for now, I would urge a red vote on the substitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Ooh. Wow, this has been quite the day and journey. I was going to ask if Senator Linehan would yield to a question. I don't know if she's available, sorry. And I can just telepath what the question is. What would be the fiscal note for AM 84 if Senator Linehan would yield to that question?
Senator Linehan, would you yield to some questions?
Sure.
What would be the fiscal note on AM 84?
I'm sorry.
The fiscal note? We don't have a fiscal note.
There is no fiscal note at this point, I don't think.
But what is the estimated cost?
This part?
Yes.
Well, there is no cost. I don't know how there would be a cost because we took out all the revenue raisers. We're using the money that's already in 1107. There'll be some fiscal note to do it, but the money that anything over and above what we've already got going to property tax relief comes up in LB1 and LB2 and 3.
I'm sorry, that's what I mean. What will it have to come out of the budget? Do we need to do budget cuts in LB2 and 3?
I don't know. I'm not the chair of appropriations.
But I mean, if we pass this bill, then do we need to do budget cuts to pay for this?
If we pass this bill just like it is.
Yes.
There's no pay for us that I know of. Will there be bills brought tomorrow and the next day that will put more money in it? Yes. But if you pass this.
What will those look like?
I'm looking at staff, make sure I'm right here. This costs you nothing.
Okay, and what would be added to this that would cost something?
I don't know, that discussion is tomorrow, and I think it's more appropriate if you ask the chairman of appropriations, because I have a hard time keeping up with revenue, so I don't really understand appropriations that well.
I'm sorry, I guess I thought you were saying that things were going to be added to this bill tomorrow.
No.
Okay.
This bill has no cost. The money we're going to use on this bill is already in the bank. Okay. We're just going to send it to people so they don't have to pay it and then get it back. And the 45% of the public that is not getting it now will get it because it will go on their property tax statement.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand now.
Thank you.
Would Senator Hunt, you want time? I will yield my time, the remainder of my time, to Senator Hunt.
Senator Hunt, you have 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I'll take a little bit of time. I have been so overwhelmed with the outpouring of support for Governor Pillen in his time of need. Hundreds of Nebraskans have reached out between now and my last time on the mic to donate to Pennies for Pillen, the foundation that I started in between now and my last time on the mic. And I also wanted to share that any amount in excess of the $1 million per year that Governor Pillen needs to get back on his feet will be distributed in the form of scholarships to private Catholic schools in Nebraska, which for the service of doing that, I will be taking 7.5% cut off the top. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. As I talked about earlier, we're in a property tax crisis in Nebraska. Whether we're talking about agriculture, housing, or commercial, we're in a property tax crisis. We're not in an income tax crisis. We're not in a sales tax crisis. We are a high tax state, but the crisis in this state is property taxes. Property taxes are very regressive, especially for young people and even low-income people. I'm going to give an example of a young person or a young couple or person that are trying to buy a house in Nebraska. They're going to buy a reasonably priced house, whether it's in Omaha or Lincoln or greater Nebraska, $250,000 house. Might be a little on the high side for a young couple in greater Nebraska, but it'll look probably a little on the low side in Omaha or Lincoln. But to buy that house, the school tax on it would be about 1%. And, and that varies across the state, of course. And we would like to get those levies closer together, as we talked about earlier. The young couple would have about, they'd probably make a 10% down payment, something like that. So they'd have 10% equity in the house. So the taxes due on, the property taxes due on that house, on their equity or excuse me, on the whole house would be $2,500 a year. And that'd be about 10% of their equity. So someone that already owns a house, it'd be 1%, but on a young couple trying to buy the house, it would be 10% of their equity. So that's just an illustration of how regressive property taxes are. And that's true whether you're a young farmer that's trying to buy or rent land to get started in farming, or you're a young couple or a young person trying to build equity in a house. It's a very regressive tax on what you are trying to invest in. So I don't think this amendment goes nearly far enough, but I do support it because at least it's a step in the right direction. We need to do a lot more for this crisis, and I could talk more on it, but I would like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Von Gilleren to further talk about this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak. 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Merman. I don't think I'll need all of that time, but I do want to reiterate an important part of this front-loading feature of this amendment. One of the things that we discovered when we were talking about the 1107 tax credit is that many, many people, in some cases almost 50% of residents, are not capturing that tax credit on their income tax. It's safe to assume that the folks that have their taxes prepared by a professional are capturing that tax credit, and it's also safe to assume in many cases that those folks are of a higher income. So what we're doing by front-loading this tax credit is making sure that every property owner gets the advantage, gets the benefit of that tax credit. And that directly helps people of modest income and people of low income. So we've heard a lot today about how people of low income are not being cared for and that we're not concerned about the outcomes there. Nothing could be further from the truth. Thank you, Mr. President. By being able to front-load this property tax credit will ensure that based on my numbers, about $280 million of tax relief will make it to the place that it's supposed to go. Those folks no longer have to apply for that tax credit through their income tax. It'll be directly applied to their property tax statement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I wanted to just kind of walk through some initial thinking after having an opportunity to review the pivot that members are working on after the Governor Pillen's plan failed to advance for now the second time. And it basically includes a few components that we haven't had a chance yet to score from a fiscal note perspective. We haven't had a chance to subject to public hearing, and I know members are working hard and tired and are trying to dig into the nuances of some of this. So I think the kind of three main pieces that I'm hearing about in the pivot plan include the quote unquote front loading for the 1107 credits. And I think members have done a good job kind of explaining the design flaws in that plan, perhaps, that prevented some otherwise eligible beneficiaries from reaping that property tax relief. So I do want to point out a couple things in that regard. 1107 front loading or in present form, of course, does nothing to help the renters in the state because it's dedicated to the homeowner. Additionally, I think that there's a lack of clarity or perhaps multiple reasons in terms of why some of those credits are not actually being claimed by Nebraskans or other folks who would otherwise be eligible. I think we've hit the nail upon the head that it might be some eligible homeowners do not have access to a CPA in order to assist them with tax preparation, and they may have missed some of those credits. I know walking door to door in my neighborhoods in North Lincoln, I have shared that information with people and it was news to them. So I think that's definitely a piece of it. I've also heard, even though it is a refundable valuable credit that perhaps because of program design that particularly folks who are out of state may not be availing themselves to the credit, which is, again, perhaps another reason why a significant important part of that has not been utilized. And again, I think we need to keep that in mind. So while it is modest and meaningful relief that I think we can agree on, I do think that we need to be clear that it won't help those Nebraskans who rent their home. Additionally, I think there is a lack of agreement in terms of how we pay for that, because they don't pay for themselves. And because of program design, which is different than how homestead exemption works, for example, we have to figure out how to pay the price tag for that front loading. So that's why, as part of Governor Pillen's plan, he put forward really significant budgetary costs to take up on the budgetary adjustments we just made when we adjourned a few months ago. And I think that there is definitely hesitation as to taking cuts, particularly from Health and Human Services, to pay for these tax credits. Additionally, I think that there is hesitation in moving forward with, I think it's been watered down to intent language at this point in time, but really a forecast or a foreshadowing of what was lifted up in the Epiphany report. And that was a recommendation that we raid our cash reserve and that we push it down farther. And friends, that's fiscally not sustainable. Thank you, Mr. President, or responsible. In addition to being one of the top 3 states, as my friend Senator Lowe noted, and being in the top 10 in terms of education and other great things we know about Nebraska, we're also always right at the top of that list when it comes to having sound fiscal policies. And a big part of that includes having a solid cash reserve and not raiding it. So I think that's part of perhaps the debate that's happening now, not to mention some of the sincere policy issues that come with the caps as proposed. Taking public safety matters off the table is good to advance our shared public safety goals, but it means a tighter cap on roads and senior vans and libraries and pools and mental health and housing. And that's something that we need to be really thoughtful about as well as we check in with our local communities and communities across the state to see if that's workable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Bostoman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Nebraskans. So where are we now? So we have a bill or an amendment, AM 84, that we're looking at. So it's a total of 9 new pages. It's 22 pages long. There's 9 pages of new language in there. There's a couple other pages that has a line struck here or there. So we're talking about less than 10 pages. This isn't a hard bill to figure out. This isn't a hard bill to understand what it's doing. And as Senator Linehan said, there's funds paid for. We're not going out in the AM, we're not going out and using any new sales tax, or they're not in the amendment. But then we hear people saying, well, my gosh, I don't know. The counties may do this, the cities may do that, this may happen here, this may happen there. You know what? When we were back on the amendment on 34, we had funds in there. We had funds in there for the counties, for jails. We had electricity rates, taking the tax off electricity bills. We had a lot of things in there to help people and would answer a lot of those questions. But no, we couldn't do that either. People in Nebraska are demanding property tax relief. And yet we are standing here and say, no, can't do that. Can't do this, can't do that, can't do anything. So in some sense, you may be correct in the sense we don't levy taxes. We don't. Your local governments, your local bodies do. Your school boards right now are setting their budgets. I hope you go, if you're upset with your property taxes in your counties and your cities, I hope you go on those meetings when they have those budget meetings and you tell them that. They're the ones that levy the tax, not us. We give them the authority to levy taxes, but we don't levy that tax. We don't assess the value of the property. We don't do none of that. But what we've tried to do here, and what the Revenue Committee has tried to do and others have tried to do, is begin to work a path forward in which we do make a change in how we fund schools, not taking anything away from the schools. They still can budget and do things. We're just going to have the state pay for reducing that property tax that each of us is responsible for. But what we're hearing now, once again, is no, we can't do this. We can't do this one. We can't do anything. If you ran and if you talked, and what I've heard from everybody here is property tax number one. Here's one that bugs me, has bugged me for years. And you're against that too. Guess what? The zoos keep their sales tax. That's tax that's already paid. You're not increasing any tax on anybody, but no, you don't want to do that either. Right now, our economy, we cannot grow our economy out of this. So we have to look for other opportunities. This is a way to help people immediately without costing a great deal of money anywhere. If you're going to stand up and say, no, we can't do this for this or that reason, then you're just against property tax relief, just against flat out. I urge you to support AM 84 and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bosterman. Senator Dorn, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Would Senator Linehan yield to some questions?
Senator Linehan, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Okay. Want to talk about, I call it the amendment that's supposedly will be the amendment. When we say front loading 1107, $568 million this year, we'll use that for a number. I think that's it.
Right.
When we front load, are we also including more money and going up, because some of the other bills had us going up another 180, 200 million. Are we doing that in this amendment?
It says we're doing that in that amendment. My point with Senator Michaela Cavanaugh is those bills are coming from appropriations to pay for it. It's because if we're not real clear, then tomorrow they'll say, well, you spent 700 million yesterday. Now here's another 100. We're at $1 billion.
No, and I understand that. It's not. It's just, I want to know, it's not the 568 million. We're not front loading just that. It's front loading it to that greater amount, whatever that greater amount is. That I wanted clarification on. And yes, I think the funding still has to come. We realize that. Okay.
Right.
The funding, but I just didn't want people to think that it's a 568 million.
Right.
It is that greater amount, which generally the bill has been talking about, or bills have been talking about. The other thing is the caps. I know you have said, or at least I thought you said, or Senator Von Gilleren said, that the part about the public safety is still in there. So just wanted to make sure that is correct. You know, it's the, whatever that formula is, but with that, or part of that cap, then it's also public safety, or is that not in there? I want clarification on that.
The public safety, so there's confusion on this because there was a cap on public safety in 588, right? That was only about salaries until they got, this cap is public safety writ large. It can be cars, it can be fire trucks, it can be, it's anything public safety.
Is it county attorneys? That's
county attorneys,
just like that? Okay.
Public defenders.
Okay, when we say, and this is, I call it more of a question it to understand what we're saying. When we say it's outside that cap's over here, and for sake of discussion, we'll say that's 4%. So in their budget increase, if use whatever year, that rest of their budget is at that figure, that 4%. Now this is, I call it, it does not have a cap on it. So if for whatever reason they have an issue come up or whatever, and they, for their county, their city, they need 7, 8, 9%, then they are okay doing that. They don't need a vote of the people or anything.
Right. There is no cap, none, on public safety.
And no vote of any people or anything on it.
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted clarification on it, so that as we discuss the bill or the amendment, and tomorrow, assuming we have discussion on funding it, that we all understand that what those are. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. Had a few, well, one, I did want to make sure I am glad we're not talking about the previous bill. I know we've kind of moved forward on talking about something different, in particular, what the front loading looks like and the fiscal solvency and, talking about the caps. I had a few questions because I know there was questions on the mic, about two things. One, just about the mechanism. I just got a sheet from our fiscal office, and I wanted to make sure to give Senator Clements the opportunity to talk through it, because if you have a question, go and talk to him about it. I'd rather him share it, because we talked with Keisha in fiscal office a little bit about the general fund impact of the bill.
Yes, the amendment transfers $750 million to a property tax credit fund. We currently have $565 million in that, in the budget for that. So there would be $185 million that is not funded by this bill, which our LB2 and LB3 will be providing most of that money in this year. I'm figuring $139 million if LB2 and 3 pass, would leave $46 million that would still be needing to come out of our excess reserves.
And how much do we currently have in this current biennium, or this right now on the green sheet, that we could take from, general fund?
We have $504 million of excess reserves. If you took $46 million, we'd still have $458 million.
Okay. And then for LB2 and 3, you talk through what those differences between LB3 and 2 are?
LB2 is taking money that has not been spent as of June 30th of 24, was unspent money. We took a portion of that. And also looking at agency budgets, we're reducing their spending authority for this fiscal year as well.
Okay. I wanted to make sure people can hear that. And we've had our own disagreements within Appropriations Committee on which things we do or do not support for cuts. I would say we probably found some agreement on about 70% of them that were more code agencies, and then we had disagreement on probably 20 to 30% of them. I do disagree with the DHHS cuts. I've made that very, very clear and voted as such in committee. However, I wanted to make sure that people were clear on the fiscal solvency, on how you see it. And did you talk to Keisha, our fiscal office, about these numbers?
Yes, the numbers I've quoted you match what the fiscal office gave me for their analysis.
And does this bill include, or do we transfer cash reserves, or is it intent language to do so in the future?
That is intent language in 2027.
Okay, so just for clarity for people, that means that our future Appropriations Committee will have to transfer $200 million. That's a vote that they have to take. It is still a choice. It is not set in stone, and it's not an automatic, correct?
That's correct. That would have to be put in by the Appropriation Committee and voted by the legislature.
Okay, and at the end of 26, 27, in your calculations, if we don't take the cash fund transfer, cash reserve transfer, where would we be in terms of general fund? Neutral, negative, positive?
About $177 million negative.
Yeah, I'll just correct you on this. We'll be at about negative 20. Just, but that assumes.
Excuse me, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 22 million is what my number is.
Okay. All right. Thank you very, very much. Colleagues, I just wanted to make sure you had the most up-to-date information on this because it's helpful to know where we actually are. I also think it's helpful to know that, we're no longer talking about increasing taxes on individuals, and we're talking about using the different mechanisms we already have.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of everything on the board. Honestly, because people keep getting up and saying, all Nebraskans want property tax relief. That's why we hear Nebraskans really want property tax relief. That is true, but there's context to that. Nebraskans want property tax relief, but they don't want to be screwed over in the process. We got to be honest about that. Then there's LB 84, AM 84, I mean, front loading 1107 is good. Should have been done a long time ago. My problem is there's still nothing that's going to help the renters in my community. As much as people get up here and stand up and say renters are going to benefit, they are not. A company from Ohio, I believe, purchased 150 or close to 200 homes in my community. They're renting them out. They're going to get the relief, not the people in my community. And they're owned by a hedge fund. And the last time I checked, the hedge funds aren't trying to save people money. They're trying to make money. So where is the relief for the renters in my community? And then these caps and talk about the public safety exception. Honestly, I don't need more cops in my community. We need more services for public health and community programs and things like that. Where's the exceptions for that? Where's the exceptions for prevention? Where's the exceptions to make sure kids aren't going into the streets? Where's the exceptions for after-school programs? Where's those exceptions? That is public safety, making sure kids aren't going into the streets. That is public safety. Having after-school programs, community centers, and things like that, that is public safety. Not being able to hire a bunch of cops. It's just to me, it's just crazy. And then I've listened to the conversation today, and it's really interesting because there's conversations about the American dream. And honestly, what is the American dream to somebody who was born into a community that's been impoverished forever? They're renting a home. Let's say, for example, they work for the state, and the state doesn't pay a lot of money, not even competitively to the private market. So they work for the state and they renting. They don't get no relief from none of this. How are they going to buy a house? How are they going to obtain the American dream when even the state doesn't want to pay money? They're cutting jobs. Please tell me how is that obtainable? Because it's not. Then I have no idea what's in the appropriations bill. I'm going to figure that out today because it's a lot of harmful things in that as well, especially cutting $25 million from DHHS. The Department of Health and Harm is definitely going to be the Department of Health and Harm if we cut $25 million from their budget. It's just going to get worse, or $200 million or whatever it is. It's already bad. They are already losing kids. Kids are already dying in their care, and y'all want to cut the budget for property tax relief. And that's probably why y'all don't want Senator Wayne's LB 57, because the state might get sued.
1 minute.
Because the state has shown that they dropped the ball a bunch of times. And we just need to be clear about that. So when y'all stand up here and say all Nebraskans want property tax relief, please say all Nebraskans want property tax relief, but they also do not want to be screwed over in the process. And renters need relief as well, because not every Nebraskan can own a home or is in the position to own a home. So where's their relief? Where's the care for them? Think about that, because the landowners are not going to pass that down, especially not homes and properties that are owned by hedge funds. Tell the truth when you get on the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it sounds like everybody thinks that we should do something about property tax, just not whatever we're talking about right now. So earlier today, it wasn't the bill we had, and now we have a substitute amendment, and now this isn't the right bill. Pretty soon, it sounds like property taxes are not something that you're wanting to do anything about, because you get excuse after excuse after excuse about what's wrong with what we want to do. You agree there's a problem, but this isn't the solution. No, that's not the solution. No, that's not the solution. And then we got to get into how much money we all have, whether that matters in the decisions we're making for the state. You know, some of us have been more successful than others. I particularly was disappointed in the discussion of the governor and his motivations. He's been very successful in business, and whatever he does here is not going to affect how he lives. One of the biggest competitors to his business is owned by China. So if the governor's business was not going well, the Chinese would sell more pork to us. You know, I don't get the problem with him being successful and feeding so many people. He hires hundreds of people, and the processing plant he owns, I believe he owns part of one, and I think that's in Fremont. It's not in Madison, as somebody had said earlier. But back to the task at hand. I was wondering if Senator Von Gilleren would respond to a couple questions.
Senator Von Gilleren, will you respond to some questions?
Yes.
So this amendment, AM 84, just in bullet points, not too deep into the weeds, what is it different? What's different about it than what we were looking at before? Are there any taxes in this, tax increases in this?
No, the biggest differences are the sales tax exemption eliminations are gone. So the elimination, the things that people had issues with as far as eliminating exemptions on candy or pop or, you know, whatever it happened to be, whatever everybody's favorite complaint was on that.
Are you still raising sin taxes? Are you raising?
The sin taxes are gone. There's no sin tax changes.
So there's
anymore.
no tax increases in this that
No.
were in the previous?
No. Now, just want to highlight a couple other changes from the last amendment. There also is no homestead exemption change, which would have benefited seniors and veterans. There also is no expansion of the earned income tax credit, which would have benefited the poor. Senator McKinney talked about renters and people of modest means in his district. They would have benefited from the EITC. Also, the elimination of the sales tax exemption on electricity is gone. That's not in this amendment. So that would have benefited the poor and renters also.
Okay. And did you listen to the discussion of the cost of this amendment and Senator Clement's explanation of that?
I did, and I went over those numbers with Senator Clements earlier, and I trust his numbers.
So that's going to come up when we talk about the appropriations bills?
Yes, that'll come up over the next 2 days.
Okay. You're comfortable with this amendment?
I am comfortable. This is the minimum. As I was looking at this, as we were strategizing in the past few weeks.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the absolute minimum that I feel that we should do. I mean,
It's not
you asked a
everything.
personal question. I am disappointed that this is all that we're talking about
Yeah,
doing.
it's not everything you wanted.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senators Mosier and Von Gillerin. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I rise in support of FA 103. As we've been talking about how hard work we've been doing, and we have been working hard, we are tired, but do you know who's really tired and who's working really, really hard? Homeowners. Homeowners who are trying to pay the bills, raise their kids, keep up with everything that's going on with inflation, and the shock and horror when they get those pink cards in the mail that say, hey, guess what? Your valuation just went up 25%. They know that their next property tax bill is going to be much higher, and they are in despair. So I agree with Senator Von Gillerin. This is the absolute least we can do. It is a start. It's nowhere near what we really wanted, but incremental positive movement is still positive movement. It does kind of stun me, though, to hear senators who have been fighting this tooth and nail all day long, obstructing and threatening and trying to get things off of there, complain that there's not enough. Our earned income tax credit would have doubled. That would help those people who are working who have kids. We would have removed the tax on electricity. And quite frankly, I didn't even know we had a tax on electricity. And I went and looked at my bill, $10, $15 extra a month. How much would that help people who are low income? We removed everything that would actually help broaden the tax base. And for as long as I can remember, all I've heard is we have to broaden the tax base. Well, what happened is when we went about trying to broaden the tax base, everybody said, well, yes, I want to, but not with mine. Make it somebody else's. So now we're in a position where we are going to be front loading the tax credits, and that will help people at least half the doors I go to. They've never heard of it and they don't know they can do that. So making that process simpler will be helpful. But when households have to live within a budget, based on what they earn and on what they choose to do, they go through priority lists. They say, okay, we don't have the money to take that extra vacation. Or maybe you can't take tap or ballet or karate because we just don't have the funds. Homeowners are constantly making those choices and living within their means. Political subdivisions have been able to collect more of property owners' hard-earned money as those valuations raise, and this bill will help by putting hard caps on that. So I do support this. I wish it was more, and we will continue working for more. But right now, I know Senator Hughes would like to ask some questions, so I'd like to yield her my time.
Senator Hughes, you have 2 minutes, 3 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kauth. So I'm looking over this new amendment, Amendment 84, and on page 4, it talks about how a county or city can do a levy override by a vote of the people, and it talks about the county clerk or election commissioner shall place such issue on the ballot at the next regularly scheduled election. And so I was wondering if Senator Linehan could answer a question.
Senator Linehan, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. So we discussed this previously. So in my area, we just have election. It would be every 2 years. And we had talked about that potentially might be a problem, that you'd have to wait 2 years to do something. Do you want to mention what we were kind of discussing or what you were thinking about that?
Sure. I think, again, you see what you see from where you sit, right? So Lancaster and Douglas County have
1 minute.
City elections on the off year. So I think what we could do, and I would really want to work with you between now and select, pick one of those dates and just say that's when a statewide election is going to be every year. And then they wouldn't have to have election if it's not election year. But if it is, if they do have one, at least they're all in the same time frame, so everybody knows there's elections going on. What we're trying to get away from is these elections that come through the mail, they look like junk mail because we get junk mail that looks like election stuff and they don't get in the House and people don't know what's going on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then just before my time was up, something else that kind of came top of mind was that our counties also pay for our elections at every county level. And I know with last year's bill passed that we've got some new equipment and things like that to manage elections that the counties pay for. And I'm wondering if we can't have the discussion too, if maybe that should be outside their cap. I want to keep I don't want to have to pay for election and not have my roads graded. So I think that's just a conversation that needs to happen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Reapy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I saw my name up on the queue and I thought, well, it's going to be Saturday before I have to actually talk. So I'm coming from that position. In the future discussions, as we're looking at property tax and its impact on public education, we need to address several planning assumptions. And I'm a believer that every good plan starts with a foundation, which are the assumptions made. And the first failed assumption I think that we have made in this process is the appropriate identification of what property taxes should be and how much. When Nebraska is compared to neighboring states as in the property tax burden in the 2003 publication of Rich States, Poor States by Art Lafler and Alec, Nebraska is the highest. I admit to that. This is the highest of neighboring states. Higher than Iowa by 6.4%, Wyoming 11.9%, and Kansas by 20%. My point is we do not need to drop from the top to the bottom of all of the associated states that are in this particular neighborhood. At this time, a midpoint would work that is 20% reduction, not the 50% we started with, not 40, not 35, not 30, but 20. That can make all the difference in terms of the assumptions that we go forward with that imply how much money we have to come up with. The second failed assumption is that total state funding is not stable nor sustainable, and that for public education, funding for public education needs to be like one's personal investment portfolio. Let's call that the public education portfolio. And it needs to be diversity, and it needs diversity. The fund needs property taxes to provide a greater level of stability, much like bonds do in your portfolio. State aid reflects stocks with their greater risk in the economic model with all of its volatile cycles. That means less stability for the public education foundation or portfolio and for public education. With an economic downturn, and I assure you that it will happen, the state will find it necessary to cut programs. Support for public education, given the size of funds required, will be subject to cuts. With a total dependence on state aid, or not a total dependence, but a major dependence on state aid, public education will be on the cutting list before federal participation programs such as Medicaid and other programs which result in the state losing a federal dollar. It requires a cut of $2 because they're matching dollars to get $1 for the state. And that's not a good future for public education. And that is something that we as a state, I believe, are committed to. What started out this morning as one version of LB 34 has now changed almost by the hour. It is a challenge to know clearly what is LB 34, and even more difficult for the citizens with skin in the game as to the changes. The bill started poorly and has been an example of biting off more than one can chew. I want property tax relief, but without financials and modeling.
1 minute.
Thank you, sir. It makes it difficult to support everything and everything as we move forward. I want to be part of a property tax relief process.
but I struggle to work with policy that dictates an in-depth and requires an in-depth study and planning and to not be just a summer adventure. I believe that and subscribe to the fact that I've never lived by the theory of jump and the net will appear, and I am afraid that is where we're at. I have also lived by the philosophy, and I tell young people this all of the time, it's better to be single than to wish you were, and it's better to have no legislation than to have bad legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I almost don't know where to begin. It's been a long journey, and evidently some haven't kept up, because I can tell you that where we are now is at a point where I almost don't care. Because what we're really talking about in LB 84 is simply front-loading the 1107 tax credits that you have to claim on your income tax return or file a separate form to get back. There are many residents in Nebraska, homeowners and landowners, who aren't claiming that. Guess where most of them are? Lincoln and Omaha. Lincoln and Omaha. So by front-loading this, what we're saying is we're going to actually credit it on your property tax statement, and you won't have to pay it to begin with, and you won't have to claim it. So we're almost forcing you to take it. Okay? And if you live in Lincoln and Omaha and are opposed to that, then God help us, you don't care about your taxpayers in Lincoln and Omaha, because they're the bulk of the people who are going to credit from this. Yes, there's some out west, but not that many. And it's because I've got a few in my district too that I will support the bill. But what I support most, and is an absolute minimum, is the caps. If we don't put caps on political subdivisions, cities and counties is what we're talking about here, not school districts, cities and counties. And we've got a formula, and it's an index that's higher than CPI. And let me also explain, property taxes are one piece of what cities and counties collect for their budgets. We're only capping how much they can assess. It's going to be this new index, the higher of this new index or zero, plus real growth. In the case of a city, if you're collecting sales tax, and if you're not, you should, you get to keep all of your sales tax, local option sales tax. You can vote to increase it if you choose to. You're also going to get your other fees that you collect as a city. As a county, you're still getting inheritance taxes. What did we hear in the inheritance tax debate? We heard we have to have that inheritance tax because that's how we pay for roads and bridges when we have something that comes up. And now all of a sudden, oh, we got to have that in this general fund expenditures each year. No, you don't. You already have reserves out there, and you have the inheritance taxes. Now, if we take the inheritance taxes away, yes, we're going to have to find a pay for that. Folks, it's that simple. I'm truly flabbergasted that we're debating whether we want to do the minimum. I mean, it doesn't get more minimal than this. Senator Linehan is exactly right. And then I think about all the things that we're giving up in the bigger bill. Earned income tax credit. Senator Von Gillern ran a number of models with homes with lower income people owning homes. And when you model it, every one of them under the bill that we had, LB 34, and actually LB 9 and LB 1, showed that low income people benefited. And you know what happened to higher income people? They were the ones that lost. He can show you the numbers. He can show you the spreadsheets. I mean, if you hate supporting Governor Pillen and this plan, then go ahead and vote no. But I will tell you, every taxpayer out there in the state of Nebraska who isn't getting that 1107 credit ought to be calling your state senator right now and saying, you better vote for this. This is a no-brainer. It doesn't get easier than this. It doesn't get more simple than this. I can't believe we're having to urge people to vote for something that is this simple, this fundamental. This is the minimum. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate all the love that the earned income tax credit is getting. My first year here, I brought a earned income tax credit bill, and I believe it was the very first bill IPP'd that session by the Revenue Committee immediately after I had my hearing. And that was, I wasn't even sure that was a thing that could happen at that point. So I appreciate that everybody has come around to the earned income tax credit. I brought it my first year. I think Senator Conrad brought it as soon as she got back here. And I think I inherited it from Senator Pansing Brooks, who maybe inherited it from Senator Conrad, from Senator Conrad's first stint here. But yeah, so it's something that I certainly believe in, and think that it is something we should do. And I appreciate all of the folks here who have come around to it. So it should be during the next regular legislative session, something that we could all agree to not only not IPP in the Revenue Committee, but maybe forward to the full legislature to discuss and adopt and provide some aid to those low income and Nebraskans who fall within that area. So it's great. We're all on the record as being in favor of earned income tax credit. So where we're at right now is talking about, well, we're on the division, which is AM 80, which is revenue, the AM 80 revenue division, which last time I was talking was about whether we should be dividing. This division has most everything in it, except for the sales taxes increases and the pop and candy and, if I remember right, the delivery tax and the school levies. And there's a lot of folks talking about levy lids and what are the virtues of that. And I wanted to take a little time to talk about the levy lids, because I've heard from my local government entities, the city of Omaha and Douglas County are still opposed. And I do appreciate the exception that's been put in for law enforcement, public safety. I do appreciate the exception and the attempt at incorporating public defenders and county attorneys, because those both are part of the criminal justice system, but they're also unforeseeable, they're expenses that the county doesn't really have control over. You know, crimes happen, law enforcement has to respond, public defenders get appointed, county attorneys prosecute. So all those expenses are ones that you can't really expect. But I would point out, and I think somebody pointed out before, that all of that system has a large amount of inputs. A lot of people come into the criminal justice system because of failings in our physical health, mental health, housing. And so when we put a cap on our local entities that prevents them from adequately providing essential services, non-discretionary services, that will have an effect of increasing the costs in the criminal justice system. It'll increase all of the costs for law enforcement, for first responders, fire,
1 minute.
EMT, thank you, Mr. President, for the prosecutors, for the public defenders. It'll have increased costs for our jails as well. So while I do appreciate the exception, I think it is a good idea, if we're going to do caps, to make sure that we're contemplating all of those costs. But one of the reasons I'm opposed to caps is there are a lot of costs that we as a legislature can't contemplate what it's like to be a county. There's 93 different counties. They all have different needs. They all have different makeups. Some of them have more law enforcement. Some of them don't have jails. Some of them need road graders, which I hear so much about from my rural friends. But that's why we don't have a top-down directive on how to run local government, is because the people best situated to determine what the needs are of Boyd County are the Boyd County commissioners. So that's one of the reasons I'm
That's
opposed.
your time,
Thank
Senator.
you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Brandt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've heard an awful lot today about rich and poor and wealthy and not wealthy. And I don't know if anybody's made this statement, but not everyone who owns a house is rich and not all renters are poor. This is a bipartisan issue. Both Republicans and Democrats, rich and poor, everybody in this state owns property. And whatever relief comes about because of this bill affects all equally. And I think that's how it should be. Because when they tax these properties, they don't go in and see if you're a Republican or a Democrat or wealthy or poor. Trust me, you owe this tax. They expect you to come up with the money. If you don't come up with the money on the property, it's going to be on a tax sale. All of our taxes, all our property taxes are local control. You have a locally elected school boards, you have locally elected commissioners or supervisors, locally elected city council, local elected NRD. And it's very important for the people listening today in Nebraska that that's where the pressure needs to be applied first and foremost. You need to let those people know they're doing a good job or not doing a good job of managing their fiscal resources. And if they are not doing the job that you think they are, you need to look at running for that or maybe electing somebody else on the next election. And I guess the last thing I would like to address on the current amendment on the board, which I support, is the caps. Originally, the other bills had CPI or 0%. And it's become apparent that the counties cannot use CPI because it measures consumer price index, things like food. And so they've gone to the state and local consumption expenditure index, SLCE, abbreviated as SLICE. And Senator Von Gilleren gave me a comparison of the last 20 years on SLICE, and I find it very interesting that a lot of local subdivisions are very concerned about this, and I don't think they should be. So I'm going to read from 2010, which was the worst year for SLICE. That was at 0%. 2011 was actually worse. It was minus 0.4. 2012, 0.1. 2013, 3%. 2014, 2.4%. 2015, 3%. 2016, 2.7%. And to put that into perspective, on 2016, the CPI is 1.3. 2017, 3.2% on the SLICE, 2.1% on CPI. 2018, 5.3% versus 2.4. 2019, 5.5% versus 1.8. 2020, 4.4% versus 1.2. 2021, 5.2% versus 4.7. 2022, 8.2% versus 8%. And last year, 5.8% versus 4.1. So last year, the counties and the cities could have gone up to 5.8%. What the zero says is that 1 year in here in 2011 when it was negative 0.4, they couldn't get less than 0%. So when this chart actually goes negative, they are floored at 0%. So I think the caps in here are solid, and I think we can try it to see how it works. So once again, I support the bill and would ask the other senators to vote green on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise today again opposed to the motion to withdraw and substitute. I don't want to take too much time here. I will be yielding some time here in just a second, but I wanted to say, since I've been up here and we've been having these discussions about the hard caps or the caps and whether or not they have an impact on counties, I've received a number of emails from county commissioners and people around the state who have made some really good points. And essentially, if I were to summarize their concern, it's that yes, public safety is an important exception, but there are other departments that need to be looked at too. And if we put a cap on them, it could cause problems. The county commissioner from Seward pointed out here that there are other departments like roads that get left out. Stating the motor grader operators slept in our shops rather than staying with their families during the snow emergency in January 24 to ensure they could be available ASAP. They work tirelessly every season, classified as essential workers, and are always the first to be forgotten. So just want to make sure we ensure when we're talking about all these different divisions that we're not just singling out some, that in fact all of our county and state employees do essential services. So with that, Mr. President, I would yield the remainder of my time to Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator McKinney, you have 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Duncan. Wanted to get back up because after I got off, I heard a conversation or some statements saying that if you don't support this, you don't care about the property tax owners in your district or your community. And I think that is far from the truth. The thing is, all districts are not created equal. And I care about everybody in my district. I'm not going to vote for something that's going to harm some and help some. That's just unfair. If you are aware of anything I say when I get on the mic, it's always about fairness and doing the right thing. It's not about messing somebody over just to help somebody else. That is not something I believe in. I try to lead with mostly just trying to help and trying to do the right thing as best as possible. Am I perfect? No. Is this body perfect? No. But I think we should caution ourselves when we make statements like that. Just because I don't like this don't mean I don't care about the property tax owners in my district or the property owners in my district. What I said was that there was a company that is based out of state, for one example, but there's multiple examples of this. But one example of a company that bought 100+ properties in my community. They are owned by a hedge fund. They are going to get the property tax relief. And last time I checked, hedge funds are designed to make people money or keep people wealthy. So in what world is a hedge fund going to say, wow, the Nebraska Legislature just passed property tax relief. Let's stop trying to make money or keep or decrease the amount of wealth people are going to have. Or it's just not a fact. It's just not going to happen. So if somebody could stand up and explain to me when hedge funds decided to stop making money or to stop keeping people wealthy, I'm interested in that conversation. In these caps, again, public safety should not just be limited to law enforcement or firefighters or things like that. Our communities need them, but my community is already over police. What we need is more things to keep youth out the streets, community centers, finance. We need more things for our seniors. I met with some seniors a couple weeks ago, and they feel like people don't think about the seniors enough. I think our seniors need more resources as well, and our cities and our counties can help with that. But if we cap them, they can't, or they will be limited in what they can and cannot do. So we should think about that. So that's why I'm standing up. But just because I don't like this don't mean I don't care about the property owners. I just care about all the people in my district and not just people who were fortunate enough to own property, and especially ones owned by hedge funds that are doing nothing but making money. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a lot of conversation around this index, which we're referring to as SLICE, and I want to just hit on that again. I know it probably seems like we're beating this little bit of a dead horse, but there apparently is still some misunderstanding around this. Senator Brandt reviewed some of the year's numbers on that. 2010 was a 0%, 2011 was a minus 0.4%. Everybody in this room lived through 2010 and 2011. Some of us were trying to run a business during 2010, 2011. All of us were trying to pay our bills. Well, I take that back. Some of the younger senators, maybe their parents were still paying bills, but anyway, sorry, Bo. But the rest of us were trying to make ends meet during what is now known as the Great Recession. Now, I want to say, if we went through the Great Recession again this year, next year, the year after that, and my city or county came back and wanted to increase their budget, I would lose my ever-loving mind. Now, if you think the pink postcards or the truth in taxation doesn't work, man, I tell you what, float a budget to increase your local spending during a time where there's negative inflation and people are losing their jobs, people are worried about losing their homes, losing their businesses. If we ever experience the Great Recession again, localities should at a minimum have a flat budget. The SLICE index shows a minus 0.4% in 2011. Our bill, this amendment, AM 84, says you can maintain a zero budget. So at a time of negative inflation, you can maintain a zero budget. Last year, based on this SLICE index, cities, counties, municipalities, anyone that's subject to AM 84, the inflation index on that, could have increased their budget by 5.8%. Their tax taking by 5.8%. That's 29.8% beyond the CPI, 30% above the CPI, Consumer Price Index. For anyone to say that this indexing is unfair or unreasonable or doesn't represent the costs that cities and municipalities incur, they're simply not looking at it closely enough. It's getting a little frustrating trying to explain this to people who clearly don't want to understand it. Just another quick review over AM 84, what it does, what it doesn't do. Front loads the 1107 property tax fund. I misspoke last time I spoke accurately that said that there were 50% of people failed to claim the 1107 tax credit, but the dollar number was incorrect. I checked with Senator Clements. $185 million of the 1107 tax credit went unclaimed last year. It's easy to draw the correlation to see that those were people of modest means or poor people that either didn't know that they could claim it, didn't know how to claim it, didn't hire somebody to do their tax return. AM 84 applies the ongoing savings that are generated in the budget. None of the sales tax exemption eliminations are included. None of the sin taxes are included. There is no tax increase. Again, unfortunately, there's no change in the homestead exemption. There's no increase for the earned income tax credit for poor people, poor families, and renters. The exemption on electricity went away. Again, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but people are refusing to listen, or they just don't want to acknowledge
1 minute
the facts. I'm asking that we advance this amendment through general file and onto select. We do this all the time. I've been here through 2 sessions, long session, short session. I've lost track of the number of times that this has happened where people say, this isn't perfect, we need to clean this up, we need to clean that up, and we'll do it on select. We're not asking to move mountains here. And I want to reiterate what I started with my first testimony. If we do nothing, it's a vote to raise taxes. Every Nebraska taxpayer will pay more next year than they're paying this year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillerin. Senator Hunt, you're recognized and wave. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will yield my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, you have 4 minutes, 43 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Linehan. I had thoughts before, and then I got pulled off on a procedural question, and I'm kind of thinking about that right now, but I guess I'm just disappointed. It's no secret what happened when I sent off an email to the entire legislature about how we even started session. But I just feel like we're really not working on anything. We just started with a position, didn't have the votes, we just backed down to the minimum, but that minimum is not good policy. And that's what I think people fail to realize, is that at least in East Omaha, this benefits a lot of out-of-state companies, not just people, companies who have homes and apartment complexes that'll still raise rent next year. And I just struggle with anybody who says they're defending the poor and working class, how they can vote for this. So that's the reason, Jacobson, why it doesn't matter to me as far as complaining about whether people vote for it or not, or it's just the minimum. It isn't the minimum. This is bad policy. It has to be fixed, but it has to be fixed in a larger context. And my problem is, I don't think people really know how to count in this body. And then I also think there are a lot of people who never had to negotiate from a side of weakness. So you take a stance, and every time we've taken a stance in here on one issue or another, it became worse for my community. Every time. Corporate tax rate, income tax. The reason why earned income tax credit's not in there, it was offered multiple times in negotiations, but we just couldn't do it. The bill was going to pass, people. It did pass. But most of us have never had to negotiate from a position of weakness. That has been my entire life. And when people say, well, Senator Wayne is cutting a deal or Senator Wayne is doing this, it's because one, I can count, and two, I think something is better than nothing for my community. Every single bill that we have said we claim defeat in my 8 years has somehow came back and we have lost and didn't get anything for it. If you don't work, earned income tax credit doesn't help you. If you don't have kids, earned income tax doesn't really help you. We had on the table renters deductions. Didn't stay on the table that long because nobody wanted to move anywhere. So now we get this watered down version that literally benefits an Ohio investment company in my district. And next year they're still going to raise rents. So let's celebrate that. It's not a policy issue. It's not a policy issue when the voters of East Omaha would prefer a little bit of increase in their cigarettes to help with rent. It's not a policy issue when they would go ahead and say, I'll pay more, because here's how I know it's not a policy issue. Because there's a lot of people in East Omaha that go over and play basketball at Iowa West. They don't stop at the gas station and say, I'm not going to buy something because candy's taxed there. They don't stop at the gas station and say, I'm not going to get this over here, or I'm not going to buy this fifth of gin because it's taxed higher. They don't have that conversation because it's a want. But we're going to take some bold stands here. We're going to celebrate that we stopped a massive bill, which we probably could have made better. And I'm not in favor of this bill, obviously you can say. I wasn't in favor of the last bill. I think it could be better. For what? Because the parents in my district are still moving. Had a family move out of my neighborhood last week. Because their valuation went up $100,000. So my next time I'm next in the queue, we're going to keep talking about.
That's your time, Senator. And you are next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. You want to talk about affordable housing and how you've been down here fighting for affordable housing. Let me tell you why affordable housing isn't happening. Because our property taxes are going up. because the cost is going up. See, when you go get a mortgage, the bank, and then you can ask Jacobson and any other bankers, they look at how much you make. And they put that into a range of debt to equity and to cash flow ratios and these little formulas. What's unknown now for most of these people who are being put out of their homes is property taxes and their electricity, of which we could have helped them both. Could have helped them both. Let's say it was a $2,000 renter deduction. At 5.5 cents, do you know how much you got to spend to get $2,000 renter deduction? You got to spend over about $30,000 in something to get sales tax on to equal that amount. You're worried about tax on certain candy? Well, guess what? If you're on SNAP, you don't get to pay taxes anyway, because when they run your card through, it deducts any tax, because federally you can't charge a local tax. So that whole poor group who's on SNAP can't be charged tax if the local store is deeming that as candy, as food. We're not changing the federal statute on that. It's easy to stand up and just say no. It's hard to work. And they're probably going to have enough votes. People are going to get to run for campaigns and say they voted for property tax relief. Meanwhile, many people, this benefits no one. You tell me a property owner right now who is renting to somebody in East Omaha who is not going to raise their cost next year. And I guarantee you it's going to be more than the savings that they got in this bill. But we're okay with that. We're okay with that. It isn't that a cigarette tax bill increase is a problem, because people have brought it before. It's a problem this year. If you don't like the amount, let's talk about the amount, but let's just not throw it all out. We get caught up in policy and some new principle that wasn't a principle on other issues. And who's hurting the people in Nebraska? Who's hurting our people, areas like I represent? It's just disappointing that we came down here, canceled trips, maybe missing first days of school, and we can't have an open and honest conversation about how we make things better. This doesn't help one renter. Doesn't help hardly any low income unless you own a house. And even then I question it. So I'm asking you, who won today? Who's going to win this special session? Because it's not the majority of the people in my district, not the majority of people in Senator McKinney's district. Again, we get left out for your principled stance, but on other bills, not so principled. I'm still here. People want to negotiate, figure something out. I hope we can do more than just this, because this is the bare minimum, Senator Jacobson, and the bare minimum isn't good enough for my district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the substitute AM 84. I also, like Senator Wayne, am disappointed that the excellent work that the task force did and the committee did had to be taken out for lack of a few votes. I was on the task force. We started meeting in May, met every week, and we looked at the sales tax exemptions that have been given over the last 50 years. And we looked at what South Dakota taxes, and we considered some of those. We looked at what Iowa sales tax is, And there was I think there were about 18 senators on that task force. And I was pleased with the governor's reply when we would object to a certain tax. I objected to seed chemicals and fertilizer inputs as being taxed, and those were removed. There was a number of other items. South Dakota still is going to have a lot of sales taxes that we don't have, and there wasn't, an effort to force anything down anybody's throat. I think we've been very good at trying to work with things that wouldn't hurt people, things that were needs were not being taxed, but things that were wants, like cleaning your pool, landscaping, lawn mowing. I believe the committee was very good at working with people who had objections. There were some, but on the other hand, there was still a lot of revenue that needs to be raised in order to reverse this trend of the property tax going up and up and up. And it's really going up fast. So this isn't going to solve that. This will help those people who have not been claiming the credit on their income tax return. That will just automatically come off of your property tax bill. And you'll also not have to file a tax return. There are people who pay property tax but don't file income tax. Those are the ones that have been missing out. So this amendment will add $185 million in of state funding for property tax relief. If you've been claiming the 30% credit, you're going to get no more money. And if you've not been claiming it, you're going to automatically receive it. And I believe that is a good thing. That is a good thing. I have been surprised at the number of people that didn't claim it. As a tax preparer, I made sure all my clients claimed that credit. And so I do support this bill. It's also going to have to ask you the $185 million that we're increasing the property tax credit needs to come from some budget adjustments, and that's what the Appropriations Bill Committee has been doing the last 2 weeks. We have about 24 different agencies that we identified savings that we could come up with that isn't going to hurt any agency.
1 minute.
We're going to be able to fund the $185 million and then the future amounts the next 2 more years. And I will be, hopefully, when this amendment passes, we'll be able to start working on how we come up with the extra funding to fill in the about $750 million total, about $185 million that is not in the budget. But we do have room to fund that, and we'll hopefully talk about that later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, folks. I wanted to follow up on a lot of the comments that were made, certainly from Senator Wayne. He's absolutely right. There's nothing in this piece of legislation that helps renters. All the other assistance were taken out. But during this session, there were so many wonderful, thoughtful, exceptional ideas and bills put forward, but they were summarily dismissed in the process to just focus on LB1 and LB3 to get those out of the gate. And there was no real serious consideration to these type of programs that would help our renters, which are considerable. They're considerable in my district. States like Minnesota, they have been offering assistance to renters when there is a property tax reduction. They send out checks to those renters that qualify to get that type of payment. There were other amazing things offered throughout this special session that were not considered. I want to really talk a lot about the lid in this proposal. Yes, we all want to make sure that LB 1107 is so much easier for our taxpayers to get that credit. It would be nice if we didn't make things so hard for them. But when it comes to putting in that cap and the lids for cities and counties, I think it's really heartbreaking to hear that people don't understand what counties do and don't understand the roles of cities. You know, the counties rely on property taxes and fees. That's the basis of their revenue that's generated. And when you put a lid, which they already have lids right now. I don't know if all of you are aware, they already have a 2% lid on growth, and you can get an additional 1%, but you have to have a supermajority of the votes that allow you to get that 3%. And I find it fundamentally disturbing to think that you think that our counties are not frugally and fiscally managing the funds that they have. That is really disheartening to hear. You know, there was a time when they did negotiate before on how much that lid would be at 3%. And now it seems like they want to take it when it's 0. That is really going to be impacting them. And oh, by the way, the cuts that the governor has proposed to DHHS, to juvenile justice, to foster care, to behavioral health, guess who has to pick up that lack of funding? It's the counties. Look at Douglas County, how much they spend on behavioral health. Senator Wayne brought up, if you don't have adequate mental health services, you can almost predict that those individuals will ultimately and unfortunately fall through the cracks and get involved in the criminal justice system, which, by the way, will cost us even more money. But the point I'm trying to make is that the counties end up picking up that tab. Great. I'm glad that the public safety element was carved out, as it should be, because that is a cost that you cannot control. You know, if you want to hire and retain law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, you have to offer an incentive pay, a retention signing pay, and that has really, really impacted the budget. Thank you, Mr. President. But you know what really concerns me about this whole discussion of how we can afford property tax relief is our failure to properly examine revenue alternatives, new sources of revenue. You know, we have to be honest and open to looking at expanding sports wagering, medical and recreational marijuana. You have to look at new broaden revenue sources if you want to continue to enact these type of reforms that people are requesting. We also need, and I'll keep harping on this next session as well, if we freeze the accelerated income tax rate reduction, we could generate $249 million this year, $689 million, and by 2028 we could generate $1.1 billion that could go towards property tax relief. And so as we are—
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are, I don't know, like 30 minutes or so from cloture. I don't know what we're voting on. I keep getting text messages. I know cloture. This is chaotic. And I've been trying to read the amendment as well, but also listen to the debate and talk to people and see what's going on. I'm not clear on why we would need to have any appropriation bills if this doesn't cost anything. This, as a person who likes process and strong public policy and due diligence,
This is an infuriating process for me. It is fast and loose from minute to minute. And I honestly, I don't think that I support whatever this AM is because of what Senator Raybould was just saying about the caps. And then I was trying to read about the caps in the amendment. I don't agree with putting caps on our municipalities. And so that alone would be a reason that I don't support the amendment. I was under the impression at the start of the debate on this potential amendment that it was just front-loading 1107. And I 1,000% agree with Senator Wayne that that is not enough. That's something that we should have done with 1107. But if the idea of bringing us all here is for property tax relief for Nebraskans, front-loading 1107 is a wash, basically. I mean, yes, it will more readily and make the 1107 tax reimbursement more accessible, and I support doing that, but not at the cost of everything else. And if we're only going to do that, then why are we adding caps for cities? What is the point of adding caps for cities? We can vote for our city council and our mayor on our own. Thank you. We don't need outstate Nebraska telling us how to run Omaha and Lincoln. I don't understand why that's in here, especially since the taxes that are paid, the revenue that comes through Omaha and Lincoln pays for a lot of things across this state. A lot. So no, thank you. We don't need you to tell us how to do our business. I think that Gene Stothard and the city council are doing an okay job, at least okay enough that I'm not going to fight for them to have caps like this. I might disagree with them from time to time, like I disagree with people here from time to time. But as far as taxing in Omaha, we're doing fine. We're doing so fine that the rest of you are doing fine. So we don't need caps. Thank you. We can police ourselves. Thank you. So this isn't just front-loading 1107. It's front-loading 1107 and hamstringing our two largest economic driving cities of people and doing nothing for anybody who's not a property owner. And that doesn't make any sense. What are we doing here? Why have we all been missing vacations and planned cruises and whatever else we've all missed? Why are we here if we're only going to shift what we already do? That's not property tax relief, and caps on cities is not property tax relief. That's just the legislature taking away local control. I thought we weren't about big government that way, but I don't know anymore. I don't know what we're all about anymore. So I think I'm about out of time. I stand in opposition to all of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. So I want to return to a reoccurring theme that has been part of my thinking during the entirety of this special session thus far. And as we move into day 11, looking towards day 12, perhaps, we're starting to move towards one of the longer special sessions in modern history. We're starting to look at one of the most expensive special sessions in modern history. And that shouldn't be a surprise or a shock to anyone, because it was clear headed in, without a coalition, without a plan, without an actual exigency to address in terms of the state, entering into an extraordinary session of the special session, we run the risk of not having a successful session. We run the risk of a runaway special session. And today we find ourselves in a place that shouldn't be surprising or shocking because political leaders across the state, citizens across the state, citizens and leaders across the spectrum stepped forward and said, what in the heck is going on in Nebraska? Why are we rushing into a special session with one of the largest tax increases in history that nobody really supports here? And that's been demonstrated by emails and phone calls to our offices, people grabbing us in the grocery store, the polling, which is abysmal. The list goes on and on and on. Look at the committee statements that have historic records of opposition. And now that measure is put aside because people don't want to vote on it and find it too risky and toxic, we're now at another place of extraordinary risk. We don't have a fiscal note. We don't have a sense about how this is going to work out in practice. We don't have clarity about how we're going to pay for it. We're at day 12. We brought forward over about 100 different bills. Look at your worksheet. There's 2 bills on general file through day 11, LB 34 and Senator Blood's 1CA. The other measures, whether it's renters credits or revenue generators or news streams or what have you, nothing's been advanced. So it's not that people are obstructing, we're obstructing the largest tax increase in history, which you've already walked away from. And now it's a scramble to try and get something on the board that again contains risk and is outside of our process. There's a considerable amount of risk once you vote on cloture and we work up that board. People need to think really carefully and listen really carefully what I'm saying about the political risk and the unprecedented nature of the procedural posture we find ourselves in. So if you didn't want to take a risk on voting for the governor's tax increase because you were concerned about how that would look to your campaigns and your constituents, think real carefully before you cast your vote on cloture. With that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Slama.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Slama, you have a minute, 30 seconds.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Conrad. No, I wanted to take this moment before we get to cloture and say I stand opposed to this exercise in futility. Procedurally, look at what this took for us to get here. This is the substitute amendment on the division to the amendment to the committee amendment on the bill that's the replacement for LB 9, which is the replacement for LB 1, which we went through 6 different iterations for in the span of the last week or so. Thank you, Mr. President. And the place that we've gotten to is a bill that doesn't actually provide any relief for the majority of Nebraska taxpayers. So we've got a cap on cities and counties with a public safety exception. So cities and counties account for about 20% of your property tax bill. The public safety exception covers about 70% of that. So you're looking at maybe a 5% new cap. Like, that's not real. Bare minimum spending cuts, and also front loading, which overwhelmingly benefits out-of-state property owners. Yes, there are some people falling through the cracks, but that's a program you handle through the Department of Revenue and educating taxpayers, not through a special session that's the longest and most expensive in our state's history. I'm a no on this. We need to start fresh, and this process is simply not the answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am still opposed to all this. This is a day of craziness, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going on in the body, and it's like, why are we here? Why did we come here? You know, why did we come back in the middle of the summer for just front loading 1107 and capping cities and counties? People brought legislation forward that would create new revenue streams. But for whatever reason, we don't want online gambling in the state of Nebraska, but I could easily just be in Omaha and go to the Bob Carey Bridge and just step on the Iowa side and place my bet and step back on the Nebraska side. Real simple. is just dumb that we're not legalizing it and taxing it. Then we don't want to legalize marijuana because such a horrible drug is going to destroy our state. I don't believe that is true. There's no evidence that is true. And everybody that seems to believe that marijuana, weed, cannabis, whatever you want to call it, is such a harmful substance, why aren't we prohibiting alcohol? Literally, why aren't we? Why aren't we bringing bills forward? Because alcohol is a harmful substance. It had a black market because of prohibition. Then it became legal and the black market went away. Yes, people still sell moonshine here and there, but the black market is really not a black market anymore. We could do the same with legal marijuana, but don't want to do that, which would raise $150 million and solve a lot of our problems. But we don't want to solve our problems. We came here to provide a lot of lip service to property tax relief to make the people of Nebraska feel like we were trying to do something, but we really weren't trying to solve the problem, because you can't say on one hand, we need to get back to the legislature for a special session. We need to put everything on the table. Everything will be considered and we'll figure it out. But everything was not considered. Let's just be honest with people. Everything was not considered. And I don't support just front loading and capping the city, because it doesn't help people in my community, as I've stated many times. So I guess we just here, and we'll be here tomorrow talking about the Department of Health and Harm and how the Appropriations Committee voted to cut their budget, which is crazy. It's already a horribly ran department that is going to get worse. There's already cuts in other departments, like the Department of Punitive Services, which if you cut their budget, it's probably going to get worse. I don't understand the thought processes here. If we need to find dollars, why aren't we seeking out new revenue streams? Why are we cutting programs that help people? Why are we cutting programs that many people in our state need? It doesn't make any sense. And just know when you vote for, what is this, AM 84, that you're voting to not do nothing to help the people in your communities. You just voting to do something we could have did in April, we could have did next January. It's really just a waste of our time, but we're here and we're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the time and consideration today. So I rise in opposition to the substitute and withdrawal, I rise in opposition to AM 80 and to LB 34, and I will be opposed to the cloture vote that we get to in about 15 minutes here. So what we're being told at this point is that we're going to have the bill, as Senator McKinney just described, which is a front load of the old 1107 fund, and then we're going to put caps on our local government subdivisions. And this is not new tax relief. This is the same tax credit people are entitled to. Thankfully, we are no longer pursuing this misguided approach of raising taxes on Nebraskans. This special session was doomed from the start. The governor had a year and a half of working last summer with a working group that I recall when we were debating 388. Somebody stood up and said, well, we had all these great meetings and everybody talked, and anytime there was dissent, we told people, well, you should leave if you're going to dissent. And then everybody was surprised when 388 was not a consensus bill and failed. And then after that, the governor convened a group this summer of a larger group of folks, and that group was unable to come to a consensus as well. The governor called us in with 22 hours notice with the purpose of shrinking the number of options that are available. So whenever somebody has stood up and said, people didn't bring us ideas, we brought the ideas we could get together in the time we had within the call. And by the way, none of those ideas have been forwarded from any committee other than the Legalized Sports Platform constitutional amendment was advanced by the General Affairs Committee. But no other bills, Senator Blood's bill was advanced by the government committee, but has not been given an opportunity to be heard on the floor. But there are other ideas that have been put out there that have not been given a chance. And that first bill, LB1, which was the purposefully brought to be jammed through and then ran into a roadblock, essentially, of opposition and procedural hurdles, was then pivoted to LB9. LB9 ran into problems before it was even reported out of committee. And then we were given LB34 yesterday at 4 o'clock, I think. And then we come in today and we are on to AM84, amending and striking out most of LB34 as proposed by the Revenue Committee. We are on, I think I lost count, maybe iteration 5 from this session, and we are down to giving folks the tax relief they are already entitled to, but in easier form, which is not a bad idea, but is not new tax relief, and caps on local government entities telling them how to run their governments, which I disagree with. And we got called back here, if you recall, after LB 388 failed, and the governor said he'd call us back until Christmas to get his, I think it was 40% tax relief. So I hope PRO has been pulling a lot of folks out to get you all lined up on this bill, but I hope that they are promising you at this point that we will not be called back thank you, Mr. President, that we will not be called back in for another special session for failing to achieve the 40% or 50% that the governor arbitrarily set as the mark here. So we're going to get to a vote here in a few minutes. I will be opposed to this for those reasons. I'm opposed to not giving due consideration of all of the ideas that were put forward, of not having ample time to actually take apart these bills and talk about what is in them and what are the implications. So I would encourage your red vote when we get to cloture here at 6:50, which is in about 10 minutes. And I would encourage your red vote on the underlying bill. And I would encourage somebody to file a sine die so we can all go home and come back in January and try this in a regular session with all of the options on the table. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Mosier, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues and fellow Nebraskans. Well, it's a little bit disappointing, a little bit anticlimactic to be where we are at this point. This amendment does improve the property tax situation a little bit. It's not the magic bullet that some of us had hoped for. But at this point, I think it's the best we're going to get. Mention was made of the process earlier where the calling of the question accelerated some of the debate. But on the flip side of that, makers of priority motions attempted to withdraw their motions, and then there were objections to the withdrawal of the motions. Those were strategic procedural moves to try to thwart the process. So the rules were followed. The rules worked. Both sides tried every angle that they could come up with within the rules to try to affect the outcome. And that's how we got where we are here. So No taxes are raised. No new items are taxed. Some funds will be used to increase the property tax credits, and that's an improvement from where we were. But in about 5 months, we're going to be back here again, and we're going to start over on some of these same questions and see where we can work together to make more progress on our quest to reduce property taxes and level out the other forms of taxation so that those other forms of taxation raise more money and property taxes raise less. At least that's my goal. So I think we all got through it without any great lasting feuds coming out of this discussion. I'm hoping that we have enough people to support it to at least get this much done. I'd encourage you to vote for cloture and to vote for the motion to withdraw and substitute AM 84. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I have a friend who's a lawyer, and he's a trial lawyer. And one time he had a really complicated jury trial, and he got up for his closing arguments. And instead of having some quip or thing that he could say to them about the actual theory of the case, he stared at the jury for a few minutes or a few seconds, and he just looked at him and said, "This is a mess. This is a mess." And that's kind of how I feel right now. This entire process has felt just like a mess. Senator Slama, when she got up, was kind of going through what our actual votes are going to be on here. And so I stand opposed to the motion to withdraw and substitute AM 84 for the floor amendment, motion 152 going into 103, which it's very complicated. But long story short, I stand opposed to a bill or a proposal that could potentially hinder a political subdivision from doing what they need to do in order to fulfill their obligations to their citizens. As I've said before, I am absolutely for cutting unnecessary spending. I am absolutely for getting rid of unfunded mandates. I am absolutely supportive of finding some property tax relief, of which we saw a number of proposals come up during this special session, which I think actually have threads of good ideas. But the consistent through line for all of this has been a frustration that I've had, at least, that we've not really had the time, I think, to genuinely workshop a lot of these issues. The governor and other folks have lamented the involvement of special interest. We hear about that a lot. Special interests get involved. Special interests tell people how to vote. Special interests buy people off. I don't know if other people have ever been bought off. I certainly haven't. But what I think is important to delineate are special interests and subject matter experts. And throughout this process, what I've heard from the subject matter experts, whether it's folks in local government, folks in education, folks in tax policy, is that they feel like they're constantly playing catch up to what we're doing in the special session. And so I've made it a point to reach out and have conversations with my friends that are administrators, that are teachers, that are superintendents, that are county board officials, that are city officials, folks who work in tax policy, folks who have been in tax policy think tanks for decades, to ask questions. And when they say this is going to hurt us, I think it's important to listen. That's not to say we always have to do what experts say. Certainly we can all differ on how we feel about things and policy and politics. But when a person in a certain area of expertise says this is going to harm us, we should listen. And I think that's where a lot of my concern comes into play with the proposed hard caps that are being discussed with AM 84. I've talked about it before. I'll reiterate it again. In times of economic downturn, it is going to be very, very difficult for cities and counties to recover. You look at places like Michigan, where there are pretty strict hard caps in place, and you look at the growth of their local economy and how it plummeted during the 2008 recession. And thanks to the laws that were in place there, they were only able to slowly stair-step their way back from the brink of really just being bankrupt over a long period of time. And as of like 2020, 2019, before the pandemic, they were still not quite on their feet recovering from the 2008 recession because caps, thank you, Mr. President, similar to what we're discussing here, put them in a situation where they were unable to economically recover. We should listen to the people telling us this is going to affect our ability to invest in mental health. We should listen to the people who are telling us that this is going to affect our ability to invest in upstream treatments like substance use disorder treatment. And we should certainly listen to the experts who are telling us if we pass these bills, this cap, it's going to have a bad effect on our cities and our counties. Roads, bridges, maintenance. So I say that to reiterate, I do oppose AM 84. I am in support of broad strokes and ideas that were brought up over the last couple of weeks, but certainly they should be fleshed out and we should take more time to address them. We can do that in January and we can accomplish what we've all come here to do. We just have to make sure we pay proper attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Speaker Arch, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are approaching cloture, and I'm asking for a parliamentary clarification on the implication of the cloture vote, just so we as a body understand exactly what the votes are that we'll be taking at cloture. Mr. Clerk, would you please?
Mr. Speaker, the understanding from a parliamentary perspective, this is based on past precedent and conversations between my office and the bill drafters, is that you will be voting on a cloture motion. If that cloture motion were to be successful, you will then be voting on the withdrawn substitution of AM 84. If that is successful, you will then be voting on AM 84. AM 84 is a white copy amendment in that it will completely replace, despite the fact that your rules speak to the fact that AM 80 will become AM 73 because the committee amendment will come together. AM 84 will replace all of the contents of AM 73, at which point AM 73 will replace LB 34. You will essentially be voting on AM 84 all the way up the board. If the motion to withdraw and substitute AM 84 is not successful, you will then be voting on FA 103, AM 73, and LB 34. We will do our best to keep the board accurate and up to date as we make our way through those votes, Senator.
Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on your desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Brewer would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Brewer, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to do a call of the House and roll call vote, regular order, please.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, 4 nays to place the House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Kauth, Slama, McDonald. Please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Senator Bosson. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Not voting. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Ibach. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Meyer. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Not voting. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Voting no. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 34 ayes, 11 nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
Cloture is invoked. Members, the first vote The next vote is the motion to withdraw and substitute AM 84. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, 6 nays on the motion to withdraw and substitute, Mr. President.
The motion is adopted. The next vote is on the adoption of AM 84. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 84 is adopted. The next vote is on the adoption of AM 73 as amended by AM 84. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, 8 nays on the adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. The next vote is to advance LB 34 to E&R initial. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Senator Bosson. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Not voting. Senator DeBoer. Not voting. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Meyer. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Not voting. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Not voting. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Vote is 36 ayes, 8 nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of the bill.
LB 34 advances to E&R initial. Mr. Clerk, next item. I raise the call. Senator Clemens, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my understanding now that LB2 and LB3 from the Appropriations Committee will be on general file tomorrow. The Fiscal Office has prepared a booklet summarizing what's in LB2 and LB3, and I'm having the pages hand that booklet out now so that you could have a chance to be able to review what there is. What they amount to is budget adjustments. The bill that just passed needs about $140 million of money to fund it, or 185, excuse me. And I think there's about 140 million of that will be in LB2 and LB3. And we'll be discussing that in detail. I want to thank the Appropriations Committee for work they've done. We've been working hard to make sure we had some funding for this bill. And I just look forward to tomorrow. Please get your packet and take a look through it, and we'll discuss it more tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, some items. Series of motions to be printed from Senator Wayne. In addition, amendments to be printed from Senator Ibaugh, Senator Dungan, Senator Hunt, Senator John Kavanaugh, and Senator DeBoer. Finally, Mr. President, a priority motion. Senator Wisher would move to adjourn the body until Wednesday, August 14th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, vote aye. Those opposed, nay. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, no nays to adjourn, Mr. President.
The legislature is adjourned for the day.